Yeah, man. You already know what time it is. You already know what time it is. Come on. Come on. It's about that time, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another episode of Hotep History Live with your host, with the most President Hotep Dude, representing Hotep Nation. Let's go. Bring y'all asses in there. We made it another week, ladies and gentlemen. We made it another week. Come on. Listen, man. We out here, man. Come on. I top the day, but I'm on stage. Ready, hey, come on. Check it. Execute what you say. What's up next to you? I'm looking in your face. Respond as he to the same face. Come on. On my next day, another different your way. This nigga sometimes run out of shit to say. But I'm wrong, but I think this is my life, this is it. Come on. Come on, y'all. That was strange, confident, very disrespectful. My people think social chick a bit. Come on, let's go. All right tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about money tonight. Let's go. Tell your friends to come on through. It's Hotep History time. You already know, man. It's Friday. Come on. Come on. Where the chat at? Go to the chat. Come on. Everything in motion. Come on. Come on. Uh-huh. Trying what's beyond stuff. What like this time beyond us. Come on. Yeah. Uh-huh. That. But we have 5 bucks. But then I have to move. It was 5 years left. I'm going to make it soon. I'm not a million years. It's not nothing wrong. But there's nothing to do with it. So, never come home. Yes. Come on. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Hotep History Live. I'm your host with the most, President Hotep Dubes, representing Hotep Nation. I hope you guys have had a phenomenal week. We made it, baby. We made it. Another week in the books. Are you proud? Okay, did you make it happen? Did you reach those goals? Did you make that money? Did you hit those benchmarks? Did you? Of course you did. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. So thank you guys for tapping in with me. We got another great show lined up for you. I love saying that now. Another great show lined up for you guys. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to O for show for show. Shout out to Crystal. Shout out to everybody. Come on. We locked in. Now listen, I'm in a quite dilemma right now because my man, and y'all know the type of man I'm talking about, has just called me and told me he's on his way. And I'm just like, nigga, I told you that I start work at 6:30. What happened? And now we trying to figure it out, but it's all good. It's all good. I might have to give y'all a little intermission a little bit early. You feel me? But yeah. How are you guys? How are you guys this day that we have? This day that the Lord has made. How are y'all? How was your week? Did you make it happen? Did you make it happen? I hope you did. And I hope you know, man, that I do this for y'all. As much as I enjoy this stuff, I'll be reading these books on my own. I'll be going through the archives on my own. This is something that I'm just passionate about, that I love to do, that I enjoy. But I can tell y'all, okay, without a shadow of a doubt, I love bringing this information to y'all. Seeing y'all get y'all minds blown week after week with the information that we find together, that we uncover together. You feel me? So, you know, I appreciate it all. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, from a little bit, if it seems a little bit scatterbrained, I'm sitting here texting and stuff at the same time as I'm streaming. So yeah, man, I really enjoy this, man. I really enjoy this. Every episode, I just get happier and happier about it. So just thank you guys, man. You know, thank you guys. Oh, for sure, for sure. Crystal says, oh, for sure. Sell your man yet. Yo, that's another thing that I love about Hotep History Live is like the inside jokes that we be creating. So speaking of inside jokes, now we didn't peep this when we were going through it. All right. We didn't peep this when we were going through it, but y'all remember the rivalry between Ridgeforth and George Washington Carver, right? Now, let's go back to that book. What was it? Worn out soils. I want to show y'all something. Now, y'all remember they had smoke for each other, right? Y'all remember they wasn't really, really jiving, and we didn't peep this because we was, learning this stuff in real time. But you remember Booker T. Washington had put he had put him in the experiment station, right? That's where he was. He had made Ridgeforth the head of the agricultural department and stuff like that, right? Now, this book was written in 1905. Check this shit out right here. We didn't even peep it. We didn't even peep, but look at this. Look at this. So we got the director of the agricultural department, right? Look who his assistant is. Look who his assistant was. George R. Well, they said Bridgeforth in the book. But so imagine going back to the rivalry. George, Carver and Ridgeforth are working together on this experiment. So imagine Carver is sitting there telling Ridgeforth what to do, how we going to conduct this experiment, et cetera, et cetera. And Ridgeforth is like, man, I ain't trying to hear all of that. I got a new way that I want to do. I got my own ideas and all this other stuff. And I can imagine George Washington Carver like, this little nigga gets on my nerves. This nigga gets on my nerves. I seen that because I went back to the book and I'm like, yo, they did have a list of the staff. And sure enough, George Ruffin Ridgeforth is right here, assistant to the director. That is hilarious. That was hilarious. So let's see, man. There we go. Hold on. I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff at once right now. You dig? Hold on. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, listen, man. Thank you guys for coming on out. So yeah, I wanted to share that with y'all. But that's not what we're talking about tonight. We are revisiting, in the name of Black American Capitalism, we are revisiting The Negro in Business by Booker T. Washington. That is on the docket, ladies and gentlemen. We have The Negro as a Capitalist. That's on the docket tonight. We even have a book by W.E.B. Du Bois. I know a lot of people think that I have like no respect for Du Bois. That's not true. Me and him disagree a lot. Okay, me and him disagree a lot, but we got some literature first. Primary sources from W.E.B. Du Bois and all of that. But before we get into any of that stuff, make sure you guys are subscribing to all of the things. All of the things. Patreon, Kick, YouTube, Instagram, me on Twitter, and of course TikTok. Subscribe right now. Before you do anything else this evening, make sure you're subscribing to all of the things. Okay? Make sure you're subscribing to all of the things. Patreon, we got the latest documentary up. Okay.
The breaking point came in 1961.
Yes.
King officially made his move to oust Jackson from the NBC presidency. Here's what went down. The convention floor is packed with hundreds of ministers. Tensions hang in the air. Gardner Taylor has been nominated to run against Jackson. The reformers want a vote. Jackson's supporters control the proceedings. Taylor leads several hundred ministers towards the platform. They form what witnesses would later call a, quote, flying wedge, a wedge-shaped formation pushing through the crowd. Their goal, storm the platform and demand a voting procedure that gives them a fair chance. Jackson's supporters see them coming. They move to block the approach. The wedge hits the line of Jackson supporters. Shouting erupts, shoving begins, then the shoving turns into pushing. Then the pushing turns into fighting. Dozens of fistfights break out across the convention floor. Ministers are punching ministers, men of the cloth throwing blows. The crowd surges, bodies press together, arms swing wildly. On the platform, the fight intensifies. Reverend Arthur G. Wright, an elderly pastor from Detroit, a respected man, an onlooker, gets caught in the chaos. Someone shoves, someone pushes back. Wright loses his balance and he falls from the stage. He hits the ground hard. His skull fractures on impact. The fighting continues around him. Hours pass while the brawl rages on. Fists keep flying, more shouting, and more chaos. Finally, the mayor of Kansas City arrives with the riot police. They push into the convention hall. The police begin quieting the crowd. Slowly, order is restored. 2 days later, Reverend Arthur G. Wright dies from his injuries. When the convention reconvenes, Reverend Jackson wins the election handedly. His first act, remove Martin Luther King Jr. from his position as vice president of the NBC's National Sunday School and Baptist Training Union. Jackson releases a statement blaming King. He says King masterminded the invasion of the convention floor. He says the disrespect for law and the freedom movement has opened the door for criminals. He says too many preachers have the cloth on the outside, but don't have the gospel on the inside.
Yes, y'all. That is the latest documentary on the Patreon. You definitely don't want to miss it. You absolutely do not want to miss it. Why is it not letting me minimize it? What's going on? There we go. You definitely don't want to miss it. Patreon.com/Hotep History is right there. Patreon.com/Hotep History. Now, you already know I'll be doing my perusals on the timeline. I found some interesting things that I want to get into. Shout out to my boy Rashad in the chat. What's the word? What's the word, Rashad? You already know, man. Shout out to my boy Rashad always, man. And so yeah, let's get into some of the bookmarks. We waiting for the man to come on through to the crib, drop off the goodies. You feel me? Let's get into it. So it's a few things that I wanted to talk about. Probably gonna cover like the first hour or two. You know, we're gonna be here for a while. Let's get to the bottom of the page. So it starts off with the skit by Drewski. Let's watch the skit. Drewski with another classic, another all-timer from brother Drewski. Let's get into the skit.
Black man.
Black man.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Receive this word, white man.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. You celebrate Christmas, don't you, brother? Yes, you do. And it's a white holiday.
White holiday.
Black is power.
Black is power.
Black is power.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Black is power.
Black is power. Oh, man. Brother, can I speak to you, please, bro? Lost another one. Do you feel as this is right? Boys, you need to come join us, bro.
That's right.
You need to come join us.
That's right.
That's right.
We are not equal.
We are
That's
not
right.
equal. Our ancestors did not live for this.
That's right.
Poison. 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 Poison.
You will not stop our brothers or sisters from the Constitution. That's right. That's right.
I'd rather be in the cell than to be in hell. That's right. Free man. Free man. Free man. Free man. Free man. Free man.
That's right. John in Lorinda, chapter 16. That's right. A white man will beneath emancipated souls. That's right. That's right.
How can I help you, sir?
I do not need help. I will assist myself. What form of payment for this, please?
Whatever is easy for you.
Is it because my skin is black?
We out here bringing our people back to the law, statutes, and commandments, man. We do not follow rules made by white men. We do not follow rules made by white men. You are not a sister, and you will not proceed to be a sister.
I'm sorry.
That's right!
That's right! That's right! That's right! Who is your master? Who is your master?
What y'all doing after that? Is it after party or something? what's your name in fantasy?
Barley.
Bullshit.
You think That's Lisa.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Fist in the air for Rashad. This skit was made for Rashad. we know about that phone party, Rashad. We ain't forget, brother, black man. We ain't forget about that phone party. Okay? I ain't gonna tell his business. I think Rashad has had enough of that. I think Rashad has had enough of people trying to tell his business. But if you was there, if you know, you know, Rashad, he enjoyed himself at a phone party some years ago. Okay? But hilarious skit aside, shout out to Drewski. Somebody said, I bet he won't put them funny looking sideburns on with a little hat and talk about, quote, them people. And he obviously is talking about he's obviously talking about Jewish people. And I understand that people have turned this group of people into the boogeyman and stuff like that. But I don't think so. I don't think Drewski would have got canceled if he made a joke about Jewish people. If he dressed up as a Jewish person and did a skit about Jewish people, I genuinely don't think that Drewski would have got canceled. Straight up and down. If you have been on the internet for the past 5 years at least, you have seen Jewish memes up and down the timeline. You dig what I'm saying? It's not this faux pas. It's not this, fringe thing as much. It's becoming more and more mainstream. And I do think that when it comes down to Drewski's skill as being able to perceive people and observe people and be able to take on the mannerisms and characteristics of the people that he plays, I think he would do a really, really great job. So, no, I don't think Drewski would be canceled by, Jewish people and them calling him anti-Semitic or anything like that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I think it would be hilarious. So I wanted to play that skit, to have that documented on the stream because I think it was hilarious. And then two, I wanted to respond to Son because I truly believe that Drewski wouldn't get canceled if he made that skit. You feel me? Rashad says, I don't even look in the direction of the black Israelites. Man, stall them out, man. Stall them out. I get it. I don't agree a lot with what they say or whatever, but man, everybody got the right to believe what they believe and do what they do as long as it's not harming anybody. So shout out to the Hebrew Israelites doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Crystal says it's hit it right on the head. He seems to make fun of everybody. So, people just be so damn serious. And that's a fact. People be super serious. And I just don't think that Drewski would have been canceled. We seen how certain people got in uproar about his NASCAR skit when he dressed up in whiteface and stuff like that. And you had people mad. You had most people were just laughing because, it was all in good fun. But you did have some sensitive, some woke rights. You know what I'm saying? It's only woke rights. It wasn't none of the woke left. You dig? The woke rights, you know what I'm saying? What HJ call them? The red whites. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Outside of that though, it was all good. So I think it'll be fine. But yeah, you know, shout out to my brother Rashad. What we got? Oh, champagne socialism. Ladies and gentlemen, champagne socialism. So this guy named Jake Wolf, his caption says, "Wear vintage Armani, vote Mom Donnie." And this is something that you're going to see a lot when it comes to these types of people, these rich kids, these rich white kids who have absolutely no connection to the average American, the average New Yorker, and what they're going through. And they vote based upon their, you know, their ideals and their beliefs and stuff like that. And they're so disconnected from the, you know, the general populace that they make harebrained decisions. And this was just like, it encapsulates it so well here. There's a level of elitism that goes into politics that a lot of people don't acknowledge. That if you want to be perceived as somebody who is in the upper echelons of society, you vote a particular way. You vote for these types of these politicians and stuff like that. So I've seen it. And it's not about what they truly believe politically. It's all about what they believe ideologically, what they want to have, you know, espoused based upon their activity. That's why 2 out of the 3 photos here are about the clothes that son is wearing. You dig what I'm saying? It's about the pageantry. It's about the fashion. It's about the look. It's about the optics. It's about the aesthetic of being civically engaged. And it's absolutely backwards. People are like voting against their own self-interest just to stick it to Republicans or stick it to their, what they would consider their political opponents and whatnot. You feel me? So for me, I don't jack it. I think it's absolutely backward. I think it's stupid. I think it's unintelligent. Oh, for sure says that was a good tagline for real. Whatever, man. Nobody ain't trying to hear that. Nobody trying to hear that. He's a clown. He's a clown. All right. So moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, specifically Rashad, the Rashads of the room. Here you go. For all of the people that wasn't around 10 years ago, 11 years ago, they didn't know how big of a fraud Black Lives Matter was. You know, they say BLM now stands for Buy Large Mansions. It is what it is. So Rashad and the people who don't really know about BLM like Rashad, this is for you, okay? This just in, Black Lives Matter and its founders, Patrisse Cullors and Alicia Garza, are under federal investigation for defrauding donors out of $90 million. $90 million. Guys, I've been trying to tell y'all this for the longest time. The Hoteps have been on the ground telling y'all for the longest time, over a decade, how big of a fraud Black Lives Matter was. And you people, not Rashad, this is not just Rashad, but a lot of people was flying the flag in the name of what they considered being, you know, pro-black or, you know, being unapologetically black and, you know, all of that nonsense, right? It's absolute gobbledygook. Absolute gobbledygook, because behind the scenes, while y'all are out there protesting, putting your lives in danger, risking your freedom, risking your life, risking all of these different things, putting things on the line, on the front line. This is proliferating the gender war. I remember a lot of people weren't on a timeline back then, okay? A lot of people weren't on a timeline 10 years ago where black women were telling black men, oh, we on the front line. We on the front line. We on the front line. Y'all not out here. Y'all not doing nothing for the community and all of that. You feel me? And we had to hear it. We had to hear it. And it was so much, gender warring, you feel me? That was unnecessary. Unnecessary. However, really quickly, guys, we're going to take a brief intermission. I got to go meet somebody real quick, and I'll be right back. So, let's tell my man Spitter talk to y'all for a second. I'll be right back. Enjoy. I'll be right back. All right, Steve. Get back. You feel me? So, how them phones acting and shit, the whole game. Uh-huh. Woo! That'll not be anything. Come on. Now we back. We back. All right. Hold on, Spitter. All right, we back. So, it proliferated the gender war. You feel me? It proliferated the gender war. It proliferated so much dysfunction, destruction inside of the Black American community. And I 100% resent it. They did not have Black Americans. Let's blow up the tweet. They did not have Black Americans in mind. They had themselves in mind. Okay? They had themselves in mind. They had their own agendas in mind. When it comes down to the mission statement that they had originally on their site, their mission statement explicitly excluded Black men. Straight Black men, to be specific. Straight Black men were explicitly and expressly excluded, okay, from their mission statement. They said women, children, and then, of course, all of the other letters, the LGBTQ, all of that other stuff. They had no problem, pushing those, causes and stuff like that. In the name of dead, predominantly straight Black men. Mike Brown, Philando Castile, Trayvon Martin, what was my man? Gray out of Baltimore. Who was it, Freddie Gray or something like that? All of these straight Black men who were being, killed by the police, they're using their dead bodies. Okay? They're using their dead bodies for clout, to push their political agenda, to be able to push whatever agenda that they had. And it was okay for them to do. Okay? It was okay for them to do. And I don't respect it whatsoever. And now we are dealing with almost $100 million in fraudulent funds. Not to mention all of the destruction, Rashad. All of the destruction, okay? Burning down businesses, terrorizing the neighborhoods, because Rashad says in the chat, fraud ain't terrorism. Golly. You feel me? Golly. How much bail are you going to shoot these people, Rashad? Let me ask you this: for all the people that think like my brother, this is my brother Rashad, so make sure y'all keep it respectful, one brother. If somebody were to go to your house, egg it, spray paint it, vandalize it, let's just say burn a cross on your front lawn, wouldn't you consider that domestic terrorism? Wouldn't you consider that terrorizing your home? Wouldn't you consider that destruction? So if you do, because you're a sensible person, I don't understand why people doing that, entire city blocks, entire neighborhoods are now being, burned and all of this other stuff, that we wouldn't consider that domestic terrorism. Why? Is it because this is supposed to be a cause for us? Is it supposed to be something that's supposed to be, pro-black? It's not, though. It's not. You can't show me anything that Black Lives Matter has actually done to help Black Americans. The plight of Black Americans is alive. There's poor Black Americans. There's a whole bunch of crime that we're dealing with, low literacy rates, low math skills. There's a lot that Black Americans are going through. What did Black Lives Matter do to help any of that? What did Black Lives Matter actually do to help any of that at any point, at any interval, over a decade of existence? What did they actually do for Black Americans? For a slogan to be Black Lives Mattering, please show me how people, Black people, Black Americans are being protected, being helped, being supported in any way from this organization, to the point that these two women were able to make off like bandits with 90 million of your dollars. 90 million. They bought mansions. They had parties. Okay? They were living it up, high on the hog, off of y'all donations. And there's still people who are willing to defend them. And I'm not really putting this on Rashad's shoulders, because his thing is that he doesn't believe that Black Lives Matter is a terroristic or a domestic terrorist organization. And me and him, we'll go back and forth about that. That's my brother. He's good. But the people who still, because they weren't knowledgeable about what was going on the ground. I don't know if y'all know this, but my brother HJ, Hotep Jesus, he is the one who broke the story on Shaun King stealing Tamir Rice's family's money. He created his own links, his own charity and fundraiser. The Rice family already had one. He went to them and said, nah, I already got one for y'all. I wonder why, because he was in control of that. So all of that money that the Rice family was supposed to get, Shaun King is intercepting it. HJ was the first one break that story, because the Rice family, they were giving Shaun King the benefit of the doubt. They were giving him the benefit of the doubt and being like, well, the money just hasn't come yet. It may be something, this, that, and the third, whatever lies that, he was telling them, they were believing it, because it's like, yo, why would this person, steal from us? We just lost a son. You would have to be a completely evil, corrupt, rotten, dark-sided person to take money from a family who's grieving the death of a child. Wasn't Tamir Rice 12? Wasn't he 12 years old when he was murdered by the police? Wasn't he 12? Wasn't he a small child? What type of evil person would steal Shaun King? Shaun King. And he was a part of the Black Lives Matter camp. One of their front-facing figures. See, with Patrice and Alicia, they were front-facing in the executive branch of Black Lives Matter. You rarely saw them at protests and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure they went, but they were the executive branch. They were the founders. They were the ones kicking back collecting the dough, having the meetings with George Soros, et cetera, all of that type of stuff. But when it came down to the actors, you're, like I said on one of the last streams, D-Ray, Netta, Sean King, the fat light-skinned dude that was supposedly some type of feminist or whatever, but then he got caught up in a motel with underage girls. These are the people. You feel me? These are the people. So again, when it comes down to Black Lives Matter, y'all have to understand that this was an organization created to divert attention from the actual issues. They were created as a proxy for Black Americans who gave a fuck about what was going on in the communities, and then be able to siphon that money, that energy, and all of that support away from the real cause. Rashad asked me, if BLM never existed, would people still have protested during that time? The answer is yes, Rashad. That's the point that I'm trying to tell you. Darren Seals, rest in peace, was out in the streets before Mike Brown was killed, by the way. But of course, it was ramped up after Michael Brown was killed by the police officer. And he was on the ground, grassroots. Darren Seals, if you go to his Wikipedia page, it'll show you that he mobilized 20,000 people, 20,000 Black Democrats in St. Louis to vote for Republicans because he did not like how Obama and the Democrats were running St. Louis. He was already civically engaged. He was already politically active. He was already in the streets. And then here comes D-Ray and all of them. They co-opted the movement. They co-opted the movement. They were already outside. They were already marching. They were already doing all of those things. And you didn't see any of the mayhem. You didn't see any of that mayhem. You didn't even hear about it until these people came and co-opted the movement. As a matter of fact, Rashad, on your space, the young man hopped on your stage and told you they stole his hashtag. They co-opted his movement. They pushed him and Darren Seals out. He said that on your stage. He said that on your stage. These people are frauds and corrupt. And so if that fraud and corruption results in burning down businesses, burning down buildings, harming other people, a lot of people, a mass arrests. Nobody was getting arrested at Darren Seals and them protests. None of that stuff was happening. These are evil people. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. There's no other way to describe them. There's no bail that you can shoot them. None of that. These people came into the Black American community while the Black Americans were handling their own business, grassroots, from the bottom up, to be able to hold these people accountable. And then here come these people, co-opting the movement. D-Ray was sponsored by Dove and Doritos. How is that power to the people? How? How is a huge multinational, multi-billion-dollar conglomerate a part of the people? Insane. Absolutely asinine. So let's see. Can we go to his wiki? Darren Seals. Come on, though. Here we go. Let's go to his wiki real quick, because y'all may not know who Darren Seals was. Okay? So boom, born in 87, died 2016, killed 2016. An American racial justice, anti-police brutality, and anti-gun violence activist from Ferguson, Missouri, who worked on the assembly line at General Motors. In September 2016, he was found shot dead in a burning car. St. Louis County Police are investigating his death as a homicide. They have not publicly identified suspects or motives. They tried to say that he was into some street shit. They tried to say that he was a gangster and a bunch of gangsters killed him. You feel me? Seals grew up in Ferguson, a few blocks from the apartment complex where police officer Darren Wilson shot and killed Michael Brown. His neighborhood. Seals had known the Brown family since childhood. He's tapped in. Okay? Let's see. Seals was active in Ferguson, Missouri protests in the wake of the police shootings of Brown and Carrie Ball Jr., with his commentary appearing in media outlets per CNN. Quote, as he continued to be outspoken about racial issues after Brown protests subsided. Okay, he co-founded Hands Up United. Okay, and the Washington Post described him as, quote, among St. Louis's most prominent anti-police brutality activists. Okay, Seals has survived a shooting in 2013 and attributed his commitment to anti-gun violence activism to that experience. In 2014, he joined the Fannie Lou Hamer Coalition and helped rally a movement to vote against the Democratic candidate for St. Louis County Executive by backing white Republican candidate Rick Stream. Okay, the move in the highly democratic Black American community was an attempt, as the Washington Post described it, to, quote, demonstrate that their vote should not be taken for granted. Don't that come on. Y'all know what I'm about to say. Because that's what the ancestors was always on. We're not loyal to your party. We're loyal to our values, our ideals, and our interests, and we're going to use the political vehicle to make that happen. Okay? He was an integral part of this effort. His leadership connected the community and politicians to move 22,000 Democratic votes to the Republican candidate. Real mobilization. This wasn't some nobody in the neighborhood. Major pull, major influence, major action, boots on the ground behavior. Real activist. Real Black American, advancer. Real Black American advancement. After voting for Barack Obama, Seals became a critic of what he saw as the president's insufficient action on many issues, including police violence and racial profiling. This is what was really happening in Ferguson. This is what kicked everything off. Okay, so you got all of these suits, you got all of these champagne socialists, you got all of these bad actors, you got all of these evil, corrupt people coming into your city while you are mobilizing tens of thousands of people for your advancement. Coming in, co-opting your movement, pushing you out, making you out to be a villain, making you out to be a criminal, making you out to be a homophobe, making you out to be the worst person ever for Black America. But this is the influence that he had. If he was so evil, how was he able to mobilize 22,000 Black people in one election cycle? And y'all sit there be trying to double, second guess, the influence or the behaviors that y'all can do. This is one man's work in the 21st century. So this ain't even talking about the ancestors. He's with the ancestors now, and I know they welcomed him with open arms because of his work. He was really outside. Let's keep going. Let's get down here. He was an outspoken critic of Black Lives Matter. He used he used Twitter as a public platform to call out the organization for taking in millions in donations from billionaire sponsor George Soros and giving nothing back to the Ferguson community where they held protests against the police killing of Michael Brown. He said this shit a decade ago. These motherfuckers are using us. They're taking money from us, pocketing that shit, and then going to buy mansions with that shit. He been said this. He exposed this shit a decade ago. Damn near. Yeah, a decade ago. Seals' disapproval was founded in Ferguson's local activist sentiment that the organization hijacked their movement. Publicizing it on social media as their own, motivated by personal, political, and financial benefit. He calls this out 10 years ago, and now, 10 years later, these women are being investigated by the feds for stealing and defrauding $90 million from y'all. This is just another case of Hotep's been told you. Dan Seals rocked with the Hoteps. We didn't have this close, intimate relationship with him, but he knew that we were around. He acknowledged us. He understood us. He rocked with us. And they killed him. Let's see. Seals' criticism was blunt. Quote, The only thing hashtag D-Ray, hashtag Netta, or hashtag Black Lives Matter did, and hashtag Ferguson, was tweet about our work and collect money. That's what he said. Primary source. This is somebody from Ferguson, pushing for Ferguson, okay, advocating for Ferguson, telling you, yo, these people are literally hijacking our movement. There is no Black Lives Matter without the death of Michael Brown. They came here, brought all of the cameras, or took the attention of the cameras that were already here and put the spotlight on them. And all they did was sat back and watched us work. That's all they did. Okay? Let's see. In 2022, Riverfront Times published records obtained by activist James Cooper, in which the FBI referred to Seals as, quote, because you already know there's always a dossier. I told Rashad this the other day. There's a federal dossier on me and all the other Hoteps. I know for a fact. Okay? Referred to Seals as a, quote, revolutionary who has espoused somewhat militant rhetoric and has access to weapons. The records show the FBI had Seals under surveillance and had even asked local police to briefly detain him. In the meantime, in the immediate aftermath of his murder, an FBI agent noted that, quote, conspiracy theories are already forming that Seals was killed by the police because of his Black Lives Matter affiliations. Bullshit. Seals was killed September 6, 2016 in Riverview, a northern suburb of St. Louis. A homicide investigation revealed he was shot before he was placed in a car and then was later set on fire. Media outlets noted, quote, the resemblance of Seals' death to the unsolved killing of DeAndre Joshua, another Ferguson resident who was also found shot in a burning car 2 years earlier. On the night of the announcement, a grand jury had not indicted Wilson in Brown's death. Come on. Police report that while Joshua's case is still open and active, Seals' death has not been linked to, nor has a link been ruled out. The Daily Beast found 4 more cases of similar deaths in St. Louis County in the last 2 years. So when I get to talking, okay, about Black Lives Matter and how fraudulent they have been, we have been saying this for over a decade now. We're going into 2026. Okay? We're going into 2026. We're just weeks away. And people are still walking around, still thinking that Black Lives Matter was some type of positive group, that they had a net positive reaction in Black America. They didn't. They made everything worse. Police brutality is not down based upon their works. The only thing that Black Lives Matter was able to produce out of all of these years of protesting and activism was body cams. Something that you could have just went down to your precinct as a body and being like, yo, we want body cams. You did not need a decade of so-called activism to make that happen. And that's the reason why you got nothing. You got nothing. Black Lives Matter only took from you. You received nothing. I remember I watched the PSYOP work. I watched Black men and Black women, specifically Black men, tweet with their whole chest, I'm afraid. Am I going to be next? I don't know. I got to talk to my sons differently. And all of this shit. I can see the psychological operation working on my people in real time. And I'm like, yo, fam, what? What are you talking about? People been dying every day, B, since you were born. You think police brutality is at an all-time high? And you a grown-ass man. What are you talking about you're in fear for your life? You're on Twitter, nigga. You ain't, no. I don't want to hear that shit. Some of the most, just some of the most feminine behaviors coming out of men during these years pissed me off. I lost friends during this time. Friends who I know in real life, kicked it with in real life, done ate with, broke bread with, made money with, hustle with. thinking that I'm the coon because I'm not going along with this bullshit. Thinking that I'm anti-black because I can clearly see the psyop from a mile away. A mile away. There's no way that major multinational, multi-billion-dollar conglomerates is backing something grassroots. Not happening. Not happening. There's no way George Soros is getting involved, and it's pure. George Soros is a Jewish man who sold out other Jewish people during the Holocaust. What are y'all thinking? If he's willing to sell out his own people, and he thinks back on those times fondly. No guilt, no remorse, nothing. He was just doing his job. This is what I'm trying to let you people know. These people are evil. Evil people. And because they had a slogan that you liked, had merch, t-shirts, hats, they had protests that you can join for free. All you unemployed ass niggas is protesting in the middle of the afternoon on a Tuesday, fucking traffic up for people who gotta go to work, who do have jobs, who do take care of their motherfucking families. Y'all blocking traffic for them. Y'all making life worse for them. How is it that you niggas are supposed to be on my side, but I'm a coon, I'm an Uncle Tom, I'm all of this shit if I don't fuck with your shit, and then on top of that, the things that you are doing are impeding on any type of Black American progress at all. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is the same shit that Reverend Jackson was talking about when it came down to the protests in the 50s and 60s. Ain't nothing new under the sun. You got scammed. So God bless you if you're one of the $90 million. God bless if you've donated any one. I didn't donate a red cent. The only person that I donated to and had the wool over my eyes was Dr. Umar. You feel me? I ain't donate thousands of dollars, but I donated a nice little chunk of change to him because I wanted to see the school. I wanted to see the school flourish. I knew this was fucking dead on arrival. This is SOA. This is scam on arrival. You know what I'm saying? POA. PSYOP on arrival. I already knew. Once I seen the mission statement where they're going out of their way to exclude straight Black men, but your entire movement is on the backs of dead straight Black men. I already knew this was a PSYOP. I already knew they was fucking you over. You feel me? So when it come down to this shit, I'm flabbergasted. You feel me? My flabbers are gasted at people dead ass believing these people. Believing these scammers. It's funny to me. It's sad as hell, but it's also funny to me that you think that these people had your best interest at heart. Now, we've seen, and we can compare it to Black Americans in America 100 years prior to this, 75, 80, 90, 150 years prior to this. How many times, and we getting into it tonight, obviously, but how many times have we read on this program alone all of these different Black Americans who got a bag, secured themselves, secured their household, and then immediately started helping other Black Americans? Immediately. These motherfuckers made off with 90 million of your dollars and ain't do shit but buy themselves mansions. You know what their ancestors would have did? Would have adjusted for inflation 90 million? Not only would have built whatever businesses that they were, operating in, brick and mortars, factories, whatever it is. You feel me? They would have built entire towns with 90 million. We seen what the ancestors did, with much less than that. Motherfuckers made 500,000 adjusted for inflation, and they got factories being built up. 90 million? Rashad says, open up the phone lines. Let's go. Let's go. 702-483-1566. Let's put it in the chat. Okay. Call in. Call on in. Hold on. Where's the other window at? Where's the other window at? Call on in, Rashad. Come on. He want to go live. Okay. Okay, we can do it. So we about to argue. I already knew this was gonna happen. That's why I wanted to have as many tabs and all that other stuff pops up, because we not even halfway into the show. This is still just the beginning. People still shimmying in, getting to their seats. Call on in, 702-483-1566. Hotep History Hotline. Where you at, man? Call on in. I'm here. Oh, my goodness. What a good pack. This weekend is going to be lit. Man. Waiting for you, Rashad. Call on in, man. You know you welcome. I fuck around and call you. You in my call log in here. I can call you right back. You feel me? We need to make it happen. There we go. There he is.
What's the word?
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
You feel me? We need to make it happen. Here we go.
Why is it so? What's going on?
You hear me?
What's the word?
Why is it doing that?
To accept, 1. To send
You hear me?
press 2.
The hell is going on?
You feel me?
You hear me?
I can hear you, mommy. It was playing the audio, or whatever. What's going on?
No, that was my laptop. My bad.
Yeah, man. You got to mute that. Mute that up.
Yeah,
We got
I just
Rashad on the
muted it.
line,
My
ladies
bad.
and gentlemen. Welcome Rashad to the stage. Welcome to Hotep History Live, Rashad. How you doing tonight, beloved?
Man, feeling good. Got a nice little drink in my hand. Wanted to get on this Black Lives Matter topic. You be shaming Black Lives Matter, man. Nasty work. Nasty work.
Yo, before you get into your bullshit, your drunken rant, okay?
Man.
Did you not hear anything that I said in the past 15, 20 minutes at all?
Yeah, I'm sitting right here listening.
So it's okay if they rob you. Now, what you say, fair swap, no swindle?
I think that those people at the top was robbing niggas. Obviously. The feds ain't coming for 90 million if you ain't stole 90 million. 9 times out of 10. But I do think it's unfair because I asked that question, if Black Lives Matter never existed, would people still protest? I think the answer is obviously yes, which would mean that everybody that was out there during those protests weren't necessarily affiliated with Black Lives Matter. They were some upset folks that was tired of seeing fuck shit in their community. So to attribute everything, especially the damage, to this organization, even though these things would have happened if this organization never existed, I think that's unfair.
What, Nick? Okay, so you didn't hear me. I already said that Darren Seals I said it, the nigga was on your Spaces stage. He told you they co-opted the movement. Listen.
Yeah, that nigga sound like a hater. Like
oh
Joker,
my God. Yo, son, so you got to understand, 10 years ago on the timeline, and even to this day, that's why my hashtag on Twitter is Hotep Histories, because Hotep History is already being used by another page. These niggas stole his hashtag, fam. They co-opted the movement in every which way. So now you got a bunch of people before these con men, okay? These con men coming up here. We had people on the ground. We peacefully protesting. We letting the shit be known. We're also, because I don't know if you heard the wiki read, we're also mobilizing tens of thousands, 22,000 to be exact, voters going from Democrat to Republican. That's also a form of protest, but it's pragmatic, it's practical, like the ancestors would want. So when you're saying, oh, well, these people were already protesting, for sure. But if I'm already making the gumbo, right? The gumbo, I'm making the food, and then here you come and you put arsenic in that bitch. You can't be like, well, people wanted to eat gumbo, so, people was just eating the poison. No, nigga. No, they poisoned the gumbo. They poisoned the batch. They came through,
So
and you already know.
Let me ask you a question.
What's up?
If the goal was to co-opt the movement, right? Do you think that in co-opting the movement, there was nefarious reasoning for doing that?
Absolutely, 1,000%. The only reasons would be nefarious to co-opt somebody's movement.
Okay, so wouldn't you think that in them co-opting a movement that started out grassroots, positive and pure intentions, somebody comes in and co-opts it, and now they're giving it a nasty, dirty overall view? You don't think that that may be the issue, and where there were pure intentions, people who were out there, and I don't get upset for people being mad, because there's a lot of things that's going on in communities that we don't live in those communities, we don't know. But some people just get tired of fuck shit, and so they're gonna do certain things, right? But if George Soros and all the people that you said come in and co-opt this movement, I think that the intent would be to paint black people, like white media usually does, paint black people as crazy, degenerates, who are doing wild, ridiculous things, and that might not be the case. So it's like a double-edged sword, because on one hand you're saying it's co-opted and it's ridiculous and it's nefarious, but then on the other hand, it's like you're speaking out both sides of your mouth.
What? What the fuck are you? What are you talking about, Rashad? This is what I'm talking about, Rashad.
I'm saying that if you say that the movement was co-opted and the reasoning was nefarious, then you are parroting the things that they want you to believe.
What, nigga? No, that's not what it's not that, nigga. That's what actually happened. This is not, see, you trying to psyop the psyop, and you can't. It's too late. You're trying to psyop the psyop. You can't do that. The psyop came to Ferguson, Rashad. The psyop came to Ferguson. They said, yo, this is our movement now, CNN. This is our movement now, MSNBC, Fox News, mainstream media. This is our shit. D. Ray McKesson, Sean King, John Netta, all of these different people, they came and stole. They stole, and you are sitting here trying to make it seem like, oh, this was a bigger play to make black Americans look bad. No, beloved. No, they made off like bandits with your money, Rashad. 90 million. That's not even counting the billions that they got from George Soros and his affiliations. You're trying to find a way to have Black Lives Matter be innocent in this, and it's not gonna happen, beloved. They were nefarious niggas. Remember that? Hashtag nefarious niggas. That's who they are.
I don't think that. What I'm saying is, if because a lot of people during that time were just saying, like, I got 2 Black Lives Matter shirts.
Of course
right?
you do.
I'm
You're a new black.
But I'm not a part of Black Lives Matter. But if I buy some T-shirts and I go stand out there with my fist in the air, I shouldn't be a part of that. So if I do something crazy under the guise of me just being upset and I'm wearing a T-shirt, and then now you're attributing it to Black Lives Matter movement, which it seems like you're doing, I think that's unfair to them. Now, are they thieves at the top? Yes, nobody's excusing that. But if a nigga just wears some T-shirts and busts a window, that ain't Black Lives Matter.
Nigga, yes it is. If yo, this is what I'm saying. But this is how I know you bullshitting. Rashad, if a white man with a KKK t-shirt on, a KKK hat, a KKK bandana, was out there being like, white lives matter, or pro-white, you not gonna be like, oh, that's just, he's not KKK. He's just supporting pro-white. You're not gonna do that, Rashad. You because that's what it is, y'all. I'm glad he live and he can't even edit this. Listen, he's admitted that he fallen for the psyop, and now he's trying to find a way to crawl himself out of this hole. Rashad, you fell for it, brother. That's it. You fell for the psyop, brother. That's it. That's all it was. You bought the T-shirts, okay? You was out there. I know you went to a couple protests. I know you did. I know you went to a couple protests. I know you was out there with your T-shirt and no justice, no peace. No justice. I already know. You was out there giving it up crazy because.
No, I was in the house. I bought a couple T-shirts. I watched a couple protests on CNN. That was my contribution to BLM.
This nigga is diabolical. Listen, man.
That was my contribution.
Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is, Rashad, I'm not mad at you, okay? You fell for the psyop like millions. I'm talking about this shit went international, bro. They was screaming Black Lives Matter in Paris and Uganda and Asia. They was doing all this is worldwide. This is international. You fell for it. Thank you, Vincent. You fell for the pimping. You fell for the pimping, bro. That's all. And sometimes niggas fall for the pimping. I don't. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, you did with Umar. Wake it up.
Wake it up. Wake it up. Then fell for Umar's pimping. I did. I ain't gonna lie. I fell for Umar's pimping. I ain't gonna lie. You feel me? See, this is the thing. When it comes down to this shit, bro, I know you want to look at it like, yo, me, my aunties, my friends, their aunties and friends, like all of these different people, man, we ain't card carrying, Black Lives Mattering, but still, your support of them proliferates the scam. That's how it works. Your t-shirt purchases went to the pot. So while you didn't donate 1,000, donate 5,000 like certain other people who fell for the psyop did, you spent what, $30 on 2 t-shirts. Okay? That's in the $90 million pot, bro. Congratulations. I gave Umar $150. Okay? So all of that, my $150 is in there. That's not gonna make or break me. The $30 you spent didn't make or break you, but we fell for the pimping, bro. It's just that I fell for at least a terrible grassroots program. You fell for corporate. You fell for international espionage. You fell for a bunch of people who hated your straight black male guts. Okay,
but see, here's the thing with that, especially during that time where we had when was Ferguson? 2013, 14?
14.
14. The 2014, then you turn around with Philando Castile, then you got Alton Sterling 2016. You got all these things back to back to back, right? And where people on the outside, I don't even know what the fuck Ferguson is on the map. But what I do know is that this seems like a black community, and then we're seeing a trickle that we're seeing Tamir Rice, we're seeing all of these black communities affected. And so we see a group, Black Lives Matter, and it is seemingly representing and giving a voice for the voiceless. A lot of folks didn't know the ins and outs. But as black people, we see people getting fucked up, getting killed, and people are tired of that shit, and they calling for justice because that is what was most front-facing. And so niggas want to be a part of that. Now, are we doing deep dives to try to figure out who at the top and do it? No, niggas ain't doing that. But we see some folks that's getting fucked up, and they look like us. Let us figure out a way that we can help in any way that we can. Now, they took advantage of that situation, obviously, with $90 million to the good. Now they about to go to prison. But you can't blame the niggas who just want to be a part.
My nigga, you didn't hear me blame.
That's crazy.
I'm not blaming you niggas for falling for the pimping. Well, not all the way. Okay, I understand how mass media, mainstream media, legacy media works. You niggas sit around, believe in CNN all day, and so I get it. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I don't hold you niggas accountable for falling for the pimping. I hold myself accountable for falling for Umar's. I don't know why you can't. This is the reason why, when it comes down to independent media, that's why I don't get my news from these major legacy medias. And that includes left wing, right wing. I don't give a fuck what wing. Your political agenda means nothing to me because I know you're going to fucking lie. You niggas are owned by the same people anyway, or similar people anyway. So you're going to, repeat these talking points and all this other shit. You feel me? But at the end of the day, yes, it will behoove you before you put your dollars behind a motherfucker to do your research. I did my research, okay? Umar didn't scam me. Umar failed me. Umar was in over his head. These niggas came in the game knowing the game plan. They came in the game with we're here to co-op, scam, steal, and defraud. That's what they came in the game to do. And you had niggas like me, niggas like Uncle Hotep, niggas like HJ and Maj Toure and all these other people being like, yo, these niggas are lying to y'all. They are lying. They are stealing. And then niggas like you, not you specifically, Rashad, you wasn't around, but niggas like you calling me a coon, calling me an Uncle Tom, calling me anti-black, calling me self-hating because I seen the scam from 1,000,000,000 miles away. Seen it with a telescope, Rashad. So
I think a lot of instances in where because when money get involved, the most pure situations can get tainted. And so I don't think that these women came into this situation like, yeah, we about to get some money out these fuck niggas, man.
What?
No, but I think
Whoa, 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 whoa,
I don't
whoa,
think
whoa,
so.
whoa, 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 whoa.
I don't think so.
Say that again. Say that statement again for the record.
I don't think that these are two women that you got up here, the ones with the dreads.
Correct.
I don't think that these women came into this situation, seen this situation, and said, you know what? We about to come up off these niggas.
Why not?
I don't think that.
Why not? Why?
Because I'm not a pessimist like you.
Oh my God. No,
That's
I'm a
why.
realist. You're not a realist like me. Rashad? Let me ask you this without naming no names, because you know what I'm about to ask you, nigga. You know what I'm about to ask you. You don't think that was a part of the agenda? Huh? Nigga, you don't think that was a part of the agenda, nigga?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Thank you for calling, Rashad. I appreciate you, beloved. I love you, my nigga.
Fists in the air.
Fists in the air. Okay, falling for the psyop, but it's all good. It happens to the worst of us. It's all good.
Oh, Lord.
You
Jesus,
seen
I'll be in the comments, man.
Yeah, man. Call back, yo.
right, dude.
Anybody else? Now, if you want to kick Rashad's back in with love, okay, you're free to 702-483-1566. 702-483-1566. Man, call in, man. Complete rubbish. Complete rubbish. Rashad, I love you, but that was absolute garbage. That was absolute garbage. You my man. You my man's. Pots and pans, 50 grand. But that's some bullshit. So phone lines are open, 702-483-1566. When it comes down to the chat, it's in the chat. If you're watching from Twitter, shout out to you. Again, 702-483-1566, the Hotep History Hotline. You dig? The Hotep Hotline. Call on in. You feel me? Let's see if my daughter gonna go to the store for me. I gotta pay her. You know kids don't do shit for free. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Black Lives Matter was a psyop. Let's check the chat. Vincent is yelling at Rashad. He says, not true. Not true. Cliff says, it's good to be optimistic. Yeah. Until you were on the wrong end of the psyop. Cliff. Vincent says, I listen to the new black media, okay, and we saw the pimping. Falling for the pimping. That's all it was. That's all it was. What we got next on the docket, man? What we got next on the docket? My brother Rashid Talent. My brother Rashid Talent. Listen, I put it in the bookmarks, and I wanted to hear what my brother had to say. We're gonna react to it live. Shout out to my brother Rashid out there in Brooklyn doing the good work for the people in Brooklyn. Let's see what my brother has to say. The caption says, 12th generation Negro, here since 1685 with proof. Okay? Number 1, direct cash payments. 2, lineage economic development capital. 3, lineage-based business certification. 4, upfront capital for lineage-based nonprofits. And 5, endowment fund for historical black sites. Lineage. Let's get into it. Talk to him, Rashid. What we got to say? He's at the New York State Community Commission on Reparations Remedies. Talk to him.
Peace and love. My name is Rashid Little John, founder of a group called the Green Campaign, also a member of New Yorkers for Reparations. I'm going to start with my recommendations. Me and my team, who are all descendants of those enslaved in this country, are raising funding to get a community center that's been shut down since COVID. And we need funding to do that type of work, right? Because we don't have the welfare. So a part of that is direct cash payments for the descendant community is a recommendation, and it should be seen as one. Community block grants is a recommendation for descendant communities. So buildings like this, we can access millions of dollars to be able to get the buildings that are being held in our communities by people that are not like us, and not willing to create reasonable terms for us to even lease properties that sit in our communities abandoned until we get gentrified out. We would also like lineage specificity when it comes to business ownership, right? Because we understand that there's a big issue with being Black-owned businesses. You have a lot of people utilizing the term Black to harvest and to steal from Black Americans. So we would like to see descendant-based communities, and we know we're the supporting businesses that are for descendants of those enslaved. We would also like a easier pathway for organizations that are established by the descendants, like nonprofits, to be able to get upfront capital and not have to rely on reimbursements. Because if you get a grant for $50,000 to $100,000, but you have to spend that money first in order to get it back, we're talking about communities that already don't have that equity in the neighborhood.
Talk to them.
Right? So descendants need access to those funds. And lastly, of the recommendations of many that I have is a state endowment fund for Black historic sites. We talking about business district reestablishments that are able to sustain the 400 years that Black people have been in this country. The timeline starts in 1624 in this country that Black people have been here. So I want to say that those are the recommendations that far.
Thank you.
I'm not done.
Thank you, Mr. Littlejohn.
That's just my
Oh, okay.
recommendations. I
I'm
got
sorry.
28 minutes.
Go ahead, 28 seconds. Go ahead.
So again, my name is Rashid Littlejohn. I'm a 12th generation descendant. 12 generations. The fourth governor of this state was Sir Edmund Andros. He enslaved my descendants' family and brought them to New York, then trafficked them to Maryland and then to South Carolina. My last name is Littlejohn Pinckney. The other one is Charles Carsworth Pinckney, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. My family has been
Mr.
here,
Littlejohn.
and we are looking
Thank
for a
you.
repair. Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go.
And so,
There we go. There we go. Shout out to my man Rashid out there doing the good work out there in Brooklyn, pushing for reparations for Black Americans. Okay. Shout out to him. I am going to be teaching at the safety zone. Okay. Teaching that good old Black American history over there. This is exactly what I be talking about. See, the thing is, when you see me support something and you see me get behind something, it's going to be something that the ancestors would do. You know what I'm saying? The ancestors would do this. Going to your local government, okay? Going to your local government and holding them accountable and getting what you need, okay? From the capacities of what they're able to give you. You got all of this different funding coming from, these same desks, these same last names, these same people, these same offices. You put your money behind all these other different programs and projects in my neighborhood, and you don't give, proper consideration to the Black Americans on these blocks. So I'm going to have my voice be heard. And now, so shout out to Rashid for doing all of that. I'm a big supporter of this local work that he's doing. He's changing lives every day. He currently has a program, okay, a partnership with St. Francis College, that for all of the gun violence and stuff like that, right? Just like Darren Sills. You see the through line with the Darren Sills and Rashid Littlejohn, how they're going right to the source of the issue, going right to the local politicians, going right to community organizing, going right to the local, okay? Local. We're not talking national. We're not even talking state. We're talking local. Because that's how you got to do it, incrementally, gradually, okay? You got to focus on where you at. King Randall says the same thing. I'm not worrying about Black America as a whole, okay? I'm not worrying about the state of Georgia as a whole. I am worried about Albany, Georgia, because that's where I'm from. That's where I control as far as like my stomping grounds and stuff like that. Once we get bigger and we're able to, help other people or more people, we will. But right now, we're worried about Albany, Georgia, the Black boys in Albany, Georgia. It's the same thing with Rashid here, okay? So big salute to Rashid. I'm going to continue to support his the Green campaign. Make sure you guys do too. I'll have that in the description. While we are here and we could just go to his page, because I'm sure it's right there in his bio. Okay, his YouTube is. But yes, go to his page. Support him. He's doing great work for the community. He's been outside. I interviewed him. Here you go. Said we got to raise $11 million to purchase, or we will end up paying $10 million on a 10-year lease with no equity. thegreencampaign.org. thegreencampaign.org. Go ahead. Put your dollars behind him. Hotep co-signs this. Now, this is perfect. Perfect going from Black Lives Matter, Umar, all these other people or whatever that did not do what they were supposed to do with the bread. I don't believe Umar to be a scammer. I just believe him to be a little bit in over his head when it came down to the business side of it. I believe that he wanted to have that school. It just didn't work out that way. I'm not one of those people that can look a scammer in the face and then believe him. Certain people that just called the show does, though. It is what it is. Shout out to Rashad. I believe in this. I asked him and King Randall, by the way, and Master Ray. I'm like, yo, blatantly asked him, how do we know you're not scamming? He said, yo, listen, all of our records is public. All of it. Same thing with King Randall. I can show you where your money went. So I co-sign him. I co-sign Rashid, brother Rashid. He's been outside working for the community for years. This is not anything new. He's not new to this. He's true to this. So make sure you guys are supporting the Bushwick Safety Zone, okay, in the Green Campaign. So that's my man, Rashid Talent, man. Shout out to him. And whatever I can do, bro, you already know. You got a brother in me. You got a brother in Hotep Dubes, and you have a home in Hotepistan for sure. So what else we got on the docket? What else we got? We got the scammers, and we double back with some good Black American grassroots work in 2025, something that y'all can actually put your money behind. Okay, what else we got? Oh, yeah. Let's get into this. So the other day, I just sent out a whole bunch of my drafts, stuff that I just had sitting in the drafts and I just didn't tweet or whatever. And this was one of them. This video right here is super fire. Let's get into it. Hold on. Let's pause it. Bring it back. Okay. Boom.
When you live near the kids and they just run to you when you ride past them. What's up, children? Hello, kids. Oh my God. Adisa. Nah. For real? Get out. What you doing here? Oh my gosh. Ridiculous. Shaking my head. I'm moving. I'm about to sell my house so I don't live in the same neighborhood as the children anymore. Because I'm driving home and then look what happens. When you live near the kids and they just run to you when you ride past them. Yes. What's up, children?
So, this is also ancestral. So I said, as you can see, he's a pillar in his community, right? The kids love him. I said, historically, teachers were pillars of the community. They were respected just as much as lawyers and doctors, and the schools were respected just as much as churches. Now, I've been telling y'all, as far as institutions, as far as structures in a Black town being founded by Black Americans, that's going to be the first two establishments or the two institutions that you're going to see built in Black American communities and Black American towns, right? Churches and schools, first and foremost. God and education right after that. And so there were stories of Black American teachers who would have study hall in their living rooms or on their front porch. So you would go to school, your teacher would teach you all day, you feel me, in school. Then you would come home, you feel me, and then since your teacher lives in your neighborhood, you could go to her porch or his porch and ask, hey, when you said this in class today, can you elaborate? Can you explain further? And all of that shit, right? And then they would have study hall, you know what I'm saying? So when it comes down to that, that relationship between the teachers, the community, the children in the community was tight knit. They have an affinity for the babies that they're teaching. When I put the vote out there on Patreon, it was neck and neck between black institutions and then black capitalism. Going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Going back and forth. And so I was preparing tabs for both. So we got the black capitalism tabs, but I have an entire tab already, entire window already set up for Black American institutions. We will be putting that up on the ballot again for the next topic for Monday. Okay. But yes, so I had a whole thing just for the educational institutions and all of that, right? And so you have to understand that when it comes down to the emphasis or the things that the ancestors emphasized, it was going to be wholly positive for you. So let's check out these photos here. Let's check out these photos here. Look at this. Black man teaching a bunch of black girls, it seems. More than likely because the black boys was out working. You already know. We've learned so many different entrepreneurs, so many different professionals who, men that would talk about how they only went to school for so many months out of the school year and, all of these different things, right? Because they needed to work. So a lot of the girls went to school a lot longer than the black boys. But as you can see here, we got a black man teaching a class in a black school, okay? And then we have, come on. Why is it not? Oh, there we go. Then we have a black woman teaching black boys and girls, okay? Early 20th century. It's not state of the art. We still got some improvements to make. But as you can see, they were dedicated to teaching the babies, man. That's what it was all about. That's what it was all about. You can be in a state-of-the-art school, but if your teacher don't give a good goddamn about you, you're not going to succeed unless you're that, self-sufficient in your studies. I can tell you, as stereotypical as it is and cliche as it is now in 2025, in the early 2000s and in the late 90s, there were teachers that would literally tell you, like, yo, listen, I got my degree already. I graduated already. If you guys don't get it, tough titty. You feel me? That's how it was. Our teachers legitimately was just looking at us like a paycheck. Like, as long as y'all don't die on my watch, as long as nothing crazy happens while you're in my classroom, I could give two shits how successful you are. These teachers, though, went above and beyond. You see, we laud the teachers that buy supplies out of their own pocket, do the pizza parties and stuff like that out of their own pocket and all the other stuff. And they should be appreciated for that, for sure. But what about them grades, man? Are you going to take the extra 2-3 hours after school is over to make sure him, her actually retained what you told them that day? Are you going to do everything in your power to make sure that they pass that test coming up? Are you going to do everything in your power to make sure that they have confidence, okay, in their abilities to get schoolwork done? Are you going to encourage them? Are you going to respect them? Are you going to make them feel like they're actually important to you? Or are you going to treat them like a paycheck? You're going to treat them like, whatever. Sit down, listen to what I have to say, and then take your asses on somewhere. Let's check the chat. Let's see what we got going on in the chat, man. Let's see. Hold on, I got to scroll up a little bit. My man Sammy in the building, y'all. Now it's a party. What's good, dudes? Good evening, historians. Yes, all my Hotep historians in here. Okay? Crystal says, my mother told me about how back in the day, your teacher coming to your house was an honor. Yes. That's what it was about, man. You know how hard it is for you to act up in school when your teacher's your neighbor? What? She also says they definitely had a lot of pride and respect for the educators. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. Again, We talk about symbiotic relationships here on the show a lot. We talk about it a lot because it is extremely important. It is extremely important that we are working together for a common goal. You want to be able to be a decorated teacher, okay, respected as a pillar in your community, and the kids want to be as smart as possible. You got to understand, all of this fresh off the plantation, this was exciting. I mean, school should still be exciting to kids now, but we know that's rough. That's hard to do. You feel me? But when it comes down overall, just the zeitgeist, the culture, the ethos of Black America was that at God education, God family education, and God and family is like this for real. Education was right there. You feel me? It was all about being able to inspire the babies to become great. That's just what it is. Okay? So what we got next? Oh, yeah, this was super cool. This is super cool. This is branched off of last episode and how they did the experiment, right? We talked about George Washington Carver and his young nemesis, Ridgeforth, and how they brought soil back to life and by using organic materials, right? So this is the 21st century version of that. Let's listen up.
Y'all are throwing away gold every year in the fall, and it breaks my heart every time. And if y'all been here a while, you know what it is. These leaves. Y'all mow them up every year, or rake them up every year. Put them in a bag or put them in a pile on the side of the road, or you burn them. Here, get rid of all these leaves. Take them away. I don't want nothing to do with them. They are not garbage. Let me explain this to you. In the spring and summer, when your trees have green leaves on them, they're making food. Once fall starts hitting, the tree is time to start wrapping it up. So they start sending all the foods down to the roots and everything else to start preparing for hibernation in the winter. And after that happens, the excess nutrients remain in the leaves. And then the trees drop them to the ground. And now there is a giant blanket of food, nutrients, on the ground, right under the tree, right over the roots. The second that happens, the worms, fungi, and other little critters down there in the dirt, they start eating on them, breaking them down, and returning those excess nutrients back into the dirt to where the roots are, where the tree pulls up the nutrients. So now when spring hits, boom, the tree has a bunch of food already down there where the roots are, so it can start pulling them up and get to going. So if you want nutrient-rich food, fruits and vegetables, or you want a luscious lawn, or you want a beautiful landscape, get you a nice lawnmower, ideally one that has some type of leaf or grass catcher attachment, and go collect your leaves. And if you don't have anything to catch your leaves with, leave them where they are in your lawn and run them over with a lawnmower. Or you can run them over with a lawnmower, rake them up, and then pile them up. They'll break down into leaf mold or leaf compost, and you can just use that later, apply it to your plants and stuff later. The Creator gave you everything you need to be successful. Seek him out. He will show you. Peace.
Yes. More ancestral knowledge, more ancestral ethos being shared. You understand? This is the same experiment, or this is the same knowledge that George Washington Carver was giving farmers in 1905, sharecroppers in 1905. And now in the 21st century, we have young men who own acres of land, grow their own food, and are using the same methods that George Washington Carver was telling people to use over 110 or 120 years ago. You understand? All of these things they hold true. And this is the reason why I go so hard about the ancestors. I know I say that sentence pretty much like 10 times a week, at the very least, on this show. But that is the reason why I hold the ancestors in such a high regard. You understand? Because when it comes down to the principles or the methods and the solutions that they have suggested and recommended to Black Americans has always held true. All of the practical, pragmatic stuff that we talk about, something as simple as using dead leaves, or dying leaves as nutrient bases for your soil to be able to bring your soil back to life, or to add even more nutrients to your soil to have, better yields, more nutrient dense produce. These things are allowing you to sustain your lives for millennia, thousands of years. It's like, yo, listen, you're going to need nature no matter what. I told y'all when we had the agricultural episode that you can't survive without healthy soil. You can't. You need healthy soil. You feel me? So I love when I see people still, using the methods that the ancestors mapped out for us years and years and years ago. I'm telling you, it's extremely important that we continue these traditions. This is something very simple, something that most growers, most farmers, most people with gardens know already, that you don't throw away that organic material, because that organic material is chock full of nutrients, vitamins and minerals, et cetera, that you're going to be able to put back into your soil. That's only going to allow your yields to be better. If you go back to episode 52, the last episode, they talked about all of this stuff. Like, yo, when they grew the rye, right? When George Washington Carver grew out the rye, the first batch of rye that he grew, he said it grew very poorly. And then they added the fertilizer, they added the nutrients to the soil, and then the next yield was huge and was able to make bank off of it. You understand? So again, the ancestors, they had their margin for error was very slim. They couldn't risk much. You feel me? And while yes, high risk, high reward, you still got to be pragmatic and practical about this stuff. That's the reason why they did the experiment, holding true, they did the experiment with the one horse operation in mind. The poorest of the poor sharecroppers in mind, because if they're able to replicate and duplicate these methods, then somebody with more means, more money, more acreage, or whatever it is, more equipment, better equipment, they'll be able to use these same methods just in their own, in their own way. But we want to make sure that the poorest of us, the poorest among us, are able to do it and replicate this and actually see positive yields. Okay? So that's the reason why I hold the ancestors to such a high regard, because they weren't talking out their ass, man. They weren't talking out their ass whatsoever. They were dropping knowledge. They were dropping wisdom, okay, on the people. And I'm glad that those traditions are living on. What else we got? Ooh. Now, this ain't got nothing to do with the ancestors. This is all about the 21st century and beyond. We got flying cars, y'all. Chat, we got flying cars. We got flying cars. All right. Let's see what we got here. This is fire. I need one. I need one for the whole crib. Oh, man. They done fucked up. They done fucked up. Because I'm getting one of these. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm getting one of these, man. I'm getting one of these. So this is called the Jetson 1. Shout out to the Jetsons. Shout out to the Jetsons, one of the most classic cartoons out there. Definitely top 3 Hanna-Barbera creations for sure. Top 3. And it's not 3. It says the Jetson 1 personal air vehicle costs $128,000. Not bad. You can fly it without a pilot's license after a quick 5-day training course. You need $8,000 down. Comes with backup batteries, a ballistic parachute, and radar that handles auto landing. You feel me? I'm trying to tell you something. I'm copping one of these. I'm copping one of these for sure. This is fire. Listen, man. It was bound to happen. We here. We in the future. We wanted the flying cars. Now we got the flying cars. All right. Sammy says Carver was turning poor clay into rich soil last episode. That's a fact. Magic. Bringing things back dead. Bringing the dead back to life. Oh, for sure says, is this kind of stuff they're doing on farms? Hell yeah. You better believe it. I'm going to be flying over the crops with my jet on my Jetson. You feel me? Absolutely going to be grabbing this. Going to be flying over the farm, flying over my crops with this for sure. I might water them like this from the Jetson. You feel me? You shitting me? I'm definitely grabbing one of these. Sammy says human-sized manned drones. For sure. That's pretty much what it looks like. Just a large drone. All right. Crystal says people can barely drive cars now. The hell you think they're going to do with these? Listen, I don't give a damn. I don't care. Me and the squad, though, me and the boys, me and the homies, we definitely going to be out here. Shit me? We definitely going to be out here on the Jetsons. What y'all going to do when y'all see 20 of these flying over the neighborhood, man? What? Rolling deep on the Jetsons. And they only 120 grand. They only 128,000. You feel me? That's not bad. You know what I'm saying? Somebody knocking on my... Oh, the trick-or-treaters. Hold on, y'all. I gotta give candy to the trick-or-treaters. Give me 1 second. All right. Listen, I told him to subscribe to the channel. Tell your parents to subscribe to the channel. You understand? Let's see. Sammy says, is this going to free up traffic on 285? Probably. But I ain't going to lie. Crystal is right, though. There's going to be a couple collisions, but I'm going to stay far away from them type of people. You understand? Oh, for sure says they getting candy. It's like, yeah, when you in a nice, safe suburb, like where I'm at, man, these kids, they out here, man. They out here, man. Shout out to the trick-or-treaters, man. But, yo, y'all don't want a Jetson? For real? I thought this was going to be like, I thought everybody would want one of these, man. The Jetson, I'm definitely getting the Jetson. First of all, the name is fire. Okay, that's one. Two, it don't seem like you're gonna be too high or going too fast. So, you know, it is what it is. And you don't need a pilot's license, which is fire. You dig? So yeah, I'm with it. I'm getting me a Jetson. That is a fact. That's stamped. That's stamped. What else we got? Oh, yes. So the final bookmark for today comes from the news of rap not being in the top 40 for the first time in however long or whatever the fuck, you feel me? So Alchemist says no rap in top 40 has nothing to do with the music being bad or good. That's a fact. That's a fact, man. So as you guys know, if you are a fan of this show, that we're fans of we're fans of Spitter on here. Okay? And he's an underground artist. He's never really been mainstream. He rocked with No Limit, then he rocked with Cash Mo, well, Young Money specifically. And that was going to be the most mainstream exposure that he's gotten
over the past, I'll say close to 20 years now. He's been independent, became a multimillionaire, owns a bunch of businesses, several assets, has a almost 50 car collection. He did all of the things that all of the rich rappers get to do, has a mansion, got his parents a mansion right next door, all of that fly shit, right? And he's not on the radio. He's not on any charts. He's not on any type of placement when it comes to the mainstream stuff, and he still was able to build a life for himself, take care of himself, take care of his family, the ones around him, his friends, all of this other stuff based upon, underground raps and being able to, hold it down in an independent way. And he is one of several independent artists that I listen to who don't even think about Billboard, don't even think about MTV, BET, VH1, and like any of the mainstream anything, radio, whatever it is. And so Alchemist produces for a lot of those artists. Your Freddie Gibbs, Smoke DZA, there's a whole line of them. Even when you started getting into like the Ab Souls and stuff like that, yeah, they're a part of TDE, and that's going to have a mainstream, wing to it. But I remember even Kendrick, you feel me, from the underground with Overly Dedicated. That's my favorite Kendrick project to this date. To this day, Overly Dedicated is my favorite. The Heart Part 2 is one of my favorite Kendrick songs, period. So when it comes down to people like me who appreciate and have been listening to the underground since I was a child, I mean, even when you're talking about mainstream artists like Wayne, I've listened to more Wayne mixtapes than Wayne albums. There's several Wayne albums that I've never thought to listen to. That rock album he did, I definitely didn't like his latest effort with the Carter 6, I want to say. Didn't like that album like that. But his mixtapes, while some have not aged as well, like that's where his legacy is. Gucci, all of these different people, their mixtapes, the underground is where I've enjoyed rap music the most. I never cared what Billboard had to say. I've never cared what the charts had to say. I never cared about going platinum or none of that shit. I cared about the quality of music. And that's what Alchemist is saying here. You being on the top 40, you being in the top 10 or on the billboards and all that other shit does not automatically mean that your music is good. It just means that you have a machine behind you that is a part of the industry. That's it. And if you are good and you make good music and the machine is doing what it does and helping you and pushing you, that is a good marriage. And then you, of course, get to those top 40s and top 100s and, all of that other stuff. But at the end of the day, if Blueprint didn't have, major label backing and all this other stuff, I would still love the Blueprint. If Reasonable Doubt, which it really didn't, Reasonable Doubt is a perfect example. Hove, that's necessarily an underground album. You feel me? But that's some of his best work. Some of my favorite work from Hove. So you being co-signed by the industry and big record labels and all of that other stuff, it has its perks, but we know that this game has been predominantly predatory on the artists. You know what I'm saying? 360 deals, publishing deals where they're taking the lion's share of your publishing and all this other stuff. Like, we've seen it. That's where all of this, the culture vulture stuff comes from and all of that other stuff. So I get that you get all of the fame, notoriety, you get some money and all this other stuff coming from being a part of the industry and all of that. But then there's a bunch of fuck shit that come along with it too. You know what I'm saying? So for me, no. Like, I know this year alone, Spitter has dropped shit. In the past several months, he dropped 4 projects. You feel me? So I'm good. Freddie Gibbs dropped a banger this year. You feel me? So like when it comes down to this type of 2 bangers, I want to say. If not 1, but it's still fire. So my favorite artists are still pumping out music. And none of them ever worrying about being on the top 40. If it happens, dope. Super dope. But the main people that I listen to never really gave a fuck about Billboard. So I can't relate to people talking about how rap is falling off, hip hop is dead and all this other shit, because the people that I listen to been Harlem shaking through this shit. They been Harlem shaking through this shit. You feel me? So for me, it's really, inconsequential. I'm going to still jam the music that I've been jamming. I'm going to still download the next bit of project. I'm predicting that he's going to be announcing his November project, because he did October, he did September, he did August, and he did July. So that's 4 tapes back to back to back. I'm pretty sure he's going to 5-peat for November. I'm sure. And then December. I'm pretty sure he's going to do November and December as well. It only makes sense. The work ethic is there. So I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm looking forward to it. I've been the most satisfied rap fan in the past 20 years. I don't give a fuck about how the industry looks at rap and shit like that, because I don't listen to most of these people. You know what I'm saying? There may be a tune or two that I fuck with, a bop or two that I fuck with. But as far as like worrying about the top 40 and all that other shit, I don't give a good goddamn about that. I don't give a good goddamn about that at all. You feel me? So that's the bookmarks for today, y'all. That's the bookmarks for today. See, I ain't have a long lecture or nothing like that this time around. But tonight's episode, ladies and gentlemen, is about Black American capitalism. And we're not just going to be glazing capitalism, okay? We're not going to be glazing capitalism. We're going to 100% show the best and brightest of our businessmen and stuff like that. But we are starting with a book that critiques Black businesses and stuff like that and Black capitalism. So we're going to get into pros, cons, and different opinions and stuff like that. We have, how many we got? We got 3 primary sources and 3 websites. All right, so let's get into it. Hold on. Let me check my text message, because I may have to do another longer intermission. I wish I had this shit that HJ be having with that, like the idle screen where it's like, yo, show starting soon, and all that other shit. I don't know how to do that just yet. But I may have to go to the store before it closes. Not gonna hold you. I'll put like a video or something on for you. I might have to do that. So yeah, let me double check. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Damn. Thought I was gonna be able to get it done while I was still on stream, but I gotta go to the store. So hold on. Roy one. No, not that. What? No, that's crazy. All right. See, this is why I need like an assistant or some shit to hold it down for me while I'm gone. All right, hold on. Okay, here we go. 1 second, y'all. Figuring out a playlist real quick. You know what? Nah. Yeah, we can preview the doc again, but I gotta actually take a store run, so I need something longer than that. See, this is the time where I'll be needing a little bit of a co-host or something like that, man, to just hold it down for me. I was gonna be gone for like a good 15, 20.
because I gotta go make a run real quick. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. You know that fact? Y'all think Rashad will hold it down for me while I'm gone, or you think he too busy? Y'all let me know. Do y'all want to hear Rashad talk for the next 30 minutes? You feel me? Oh, for sure, say they got me. Damn, can I have two people on the phone at one time? Because that'd be dope. Hold on. I'm about to call him. So if he turn me down, y'all about to hear him turn me down in real time. Call this nigga up, man. Hold me down. Yo, listen, you live. You still live. I don't know if you seen the live.
Okay, bet.
So listen, bro, I gotta go to the store, bro. Can you hold down the fort while I'm gone? All you gotta do is run your mouth for the next 20 minutes and respond to the chat. Can you do that?
Yeah, chat, let's go. Listen, we here. Hotep History Live. What's the word, chat? We got to get to it. Go ahead and ask me some questions. I'm sitting in front of the laptop.
All right, so y'all Rashad gonna hold it down. I'm gonna run to the store real quick. I'll be right back. Rashad, thank you, brother. You're a lifesaver.
Oh, we all good. Listen, send me something in the chat. I am in front of the laptop. Y'all know I'm a chat GPT demon. Let's get to it. How y'all feeling today? Another day. We done made it to Friday. Hotep being,
you know what, Rashad? I'm gonna be in the chat while I'm on the way to the store. I'm gonna be in the chat, so I'll make sure that I got you.
Bet. Hotep being consistent with the content. Listen, fists in the air for all the content creators, man. Feeling good, feeling great. I love it. He be on his history vibes. He said he liked to study the ancestors, and I got to find that tweet. He said study the ancestors and not study the history or something. He said he tried to remix it. I said, nah, I know what you're talking about. Hold on, wait. Let me find that tweet. Let me go to Hotep page real quick. Hotep, the first nigga that I ever met that was deep in the trenches with the ancestors. Not gonna lie. Never seen nothing like it. Let me see this tweet that he said. Where we at? Yeah, here we go. Damn, you know what? I can't even share my. He said studying the ancestors is greater than studying history. Never seen nothing like it. Never seen. Crystal, what's the word? Oh, for sure. What's the word? We here, man. We here. We getting to it. What would y'all like to know? I'm looking stuff up right now. We getting to it. Getting to the Hotep history. I said studying the ancestors. Yeah, you did. I didn't understand that. Hold on, wait. Let me go to your page because there was something that you said the other day that I vehemently, I think I'm saying that word right too. I disagreed. Hold on, wait. Let me go to my page. Let me look something up. Because I was like, what is this nigga talking about? How do I search my own page? I'm on the computer. Hold on, wait. I got to figure this out. Because he said something, and I was like, boy, this don't sound right. I ain't going to hold you. Let me search my page real quick. Figure this out. If y'all got anything that y'all want to ask, put it in the chat. We here till my dog come back. Let me see. Where we at? Here we go. I think this is it. Search latest. Hopefully y'all can hear me still. Wake it up. Oh, here we go. 2 days ago. He said, when was America ever great for Black Americans? In literally every era of American history, Black Americans were making immense levels of progress. Black Americans were making immense levels of progress. When you reduce your ancestors' lives to how racist white people viewed them, then you are inherently anti-Black. I disagree. I disagree 1,000%. See, there is a certain part of me that be making me feel like there is a concerted effort to disassociate from white people and what white people have done, that we alleviate them from the things that they have done to us. I disagree with that shit. We have not been living high off the hog in every era, in my opinion. Once Hotep come back, I want to talk about that, because I definitely disagree with that 1,000%. I think in every era, it does get better, in my opinion, obviously, because we started off in shackles and now we in 2025. But I want to hear why he felt like that, for real. Because when I seen it, and then I quote tweet him, he never said nothing back. He knew he was in for a fight. He didn't want to go back and forth with me. Yeah, I know that. Let me see. Harriet Jacobs, they was in the comments. Harriet said, Dr. Harriet, my bad on the doctor. They said, America is our motherland. We have built, developed, and advanced our nation. Our time has come. We weren't going to allow immigrants to short-sightedness disrupt what we do on our soil, on our country. We built, developed, and advanced. They said built and developed. How many times you got to say built and developed? Come on, Harriet. You just talking right now. Yeah, we got to get Harriet up out of here. Florida favorite conservative drop the mic. Yeah, I want to hear some real views. Truly curious. Where on earth do Black people have better living conditions, education, and economic opportunities? Just name one place. Listen, Crystalline, Karazin, yeah, me and Crystalline on the same page. Because when you think about Black people in this country, it is a double-edged sword, if, in my opinion, if you feel how Hotep feels when it comes to Black people in every era. We can't talk about racism. We can't talk about Jim Crow. We can't talk about slavery. We can't talk about COINTELPRO and redlining and all of these things that were happening to us, because we played no part in people just being nasty and malicious, right? So we can't talk about those things and then on the other hand say in every era Black Americans, you know, we're doing well. In my opinion, you're talking out both sides of your mouth. And I feel like we can talk about the progress of Black people and where they come from. What Hotep said, Black Americans were able to build entire towns during Black codes and Jim Crow. 100% they were, but we can't, in my opinion, once again, act like that Jim Crow wasn't real. And Jim Crow didn't have real life effects on Black people during these times. So I get that, you know, you don't want to have the big bad boogeyman, the white man, the man, he's doing X, Y, Z. I understand that wholeheartedly, and y'all be getting on me about, you know, the white man's ice is colder. Crystal done said that about me. Hotep done said that about me. I understand that, you know, wholeheartedly. But I do think when we have these conversations, we try to disassociate so much that we take out the fact that those had, you know, negative consequences on our people. And so when, you know, because it goes back to Donald Trump when he's talking about he put ice cubes in there. That's nasty. When Donald Trump say make America great again, I think that there is a valid question of when was America great for Black people? Or am I tripping? When was America great for Black folks? Great, And when I say great, I'm talking about equity. I'm not talking about, little pockets and where they built towns. When was America great for Black people? And that's a question that I would want to ask Hotep. And does he feel like America was great for us as a whole in every era? Because obviously we got Black Wall Street, we had Rosewood, we had these Black towns, we had, the migration up north, in which he said it was a psyop. Tomato. I don't necessarily agree. But when was it great for us? And in my opinion, that's kind of tough, what Sammy said. But imagine what Sammy said. He said, but imagine what only focusing on the negative effects of Jim Crow does to the psyche when you not counterbalance with Black American achievements during those dark times. The show said, agreed. Hotep said, talk to him. It's not about focusing on those things, in my opinion. I think it's acknowledging that those things happened and the ramifications of those things, right? Because it's not like a mosquito bite, right? And where you can just, kill the mosquito, brush it off, keep moving. No, there was real life ramifications that impacted us politically. I seen a post today in where a woman said she's confused when Black people don't want to talk about politics because our whole existence in this country is political, in which I agree, right? And so when we talking about just the history of Black people, we don't have to focus on the negative, but we do have to acknowledge that there were specific things put in place to hinder Black people, in my opinion. And so having that full conversation is something that I like to do, and I get the backlash on the spaces and on the podcast and all that, but having a complete conversation, because at the end of the day, Jim Crow is real. And so when we talk about that as a whole, if there are laws on the books that specifically negatively affect us, we can't even drink from a water fountain. Yes, we can go back to our community and do what we do, but as a whole in this country, what does it look like? And so I would think that, yes, I love Black people. I love being a Black American. I love being in a space and where you can wake up in the morning and essentially, your future is in your hands. But we can't forget where we came from. And I don't want to try to disassociate from, the things that happened to us so much that now we putting everything in our lap. No, niggas was trying to fuck with us. They was trying to do crazy things. They put laws on the books. And so that be my own standpoint. No, I don't think the white man's ice is colder. Hotep put ice in there. He said the ice is in the air. Crazy. But when do we not talk about it? That's all we talk about. Hold on. That's all we were taught about history. In school, yes, they taught us from a place of being sympathetic towards Black folks. Now that I'm 35 years old, I understand that they taught us from a view of us being victims. I do agree with that. And I don't want us to seem like we are perpetual victims, right? Because that's what it was. It was Martin Luther King. It wasn't really Malcolm X. It was the Civil Rights Movement. It was Rosa Parks. She stood up for herself sitting on the motherfucking bus and all of that. And everything happened to us. And I can understand how people don't want to be viewed through that lens. What Hotep said, he said, I don't act like oppression didn't happen. I actually acknowledge it and show what we did in spite of it. Yes, you do. You do. But in my opinion, once again, I think that you kind of brush over it. As far as, yeah, it happened, but you skip that phase very, very quickly. And for the people who were in it, even today, right? And the people, when we talked about the Black Lives Matter, and I said I can't really get upset about people who are burning down a Wendy's in their community, because I don't live in Ferguson. I don't know where the fuck Ferguson is at, right? I don't live in these communities and where people may have been experiencing this type of racism or discrimination for years, and then now they're tired of it. And so guess what? We're going to show you because we tried, right? That's my standpoint. What did Crystal say? We don't have to balance the way we are taught history, especially not in modern times. What does that mean, Crystal? I think everything needs balance. What does that mean? Can you go into detail with that, please? Hotep said the people who were bombed in Tulsa rebuilt it. Yes, they did. Oh, for sure, for sure. What she said, why wouldn't we focus on progress versus oppression? Should black folks just be throwing a pity party? What good would that do? No, we shouldn't be throwing a pity party. We should not be throwing a pity party, but we should acknowledge that when it comes to equity, when it comes to opportunity, the reasoning and why we are on the same level, because a lot of times I think that we speak from a place of we are on the same level, right? And so the tweet that Hotep said, in where, black people built towns and they had advancement throughout each era. Yes, 100%. I don't think that people really view, outside of Slick. Slick came up on the stage that one time and he was talking crazy. I don't think outside of a lot of people, rational people really feel like black people in every era just is downtrodden, oppressed, look over your shoulder, you're going to get lynched tomorrow, you're going to get beat up, get fucked up. No, if you view black people from that lens, especially being black, I do agree to a certain extent, might be a little anti-black. No, we wasn't getting into that. But there were things that was happening that prevented us from ownership as far as land, as far as business, as far as education. When we think about like simple things, Wells Fargo and when they started, right, in the lineage and the legacy that was passed on family to family to family. And so now you get to a space in where the owners and the CEOs, right, that started back in the 1800s, 1700s, and where that was the time when black people couldn't own and they couldn't pass stuff down. There were generations that was lost because of laws. There was generations that was lost as far as education, as far as property, as far as, a lot of different situations where black people couldn't be a part of. And so we can't overlook that and then try to act like it was equitable. Oh, well, we was building farms and we was building towns. Yeah, but ownership wasn't ours, in my opinion. And then if it was ours, then guess what? They just came through and built and burned it down. So yeah, hold on, wait. What? He said enough is enough. Listen, we got to get it because you be trying to overtalk me. Hold on. What did Sammy say? Think about it this way. From an ignorant inverse, why do Africans have such a green view of America? What does green view mean, Sammy? Green mean like not educated, because we aren't traumatized by those negative images, but we're only told of the opportunities. Why do Africans have such a green view? What does that mean, Sammy? I know what green means in the hood. Because we aren't traumatized by those negative images. We're only told of them. A little bit more depth, Sammy. What do the elders in your family say about those times? So I have 3 living grandparents, and they say it was a crazy time. Bro, what are you talking about? My family in the South still has a farmland that goes back generations in the South. Yeah, I don't have no family from the. Well, I do have family from the South, but the Great Migration, which Hotep said was a psyop, they moved up to New York. Okay, naive, yeah. So Africans. Let me go back to Sammy's question. Think about it this way: from an ignorant inverse, why do Africans have such a naive view of America? I have a few African friends. I don't know why Africans feel that way. Honestly, we have these talks. Explain crazy times. We're gonna get to that for sure. We have these talks a lot, and where I don't necessarily know why other people feel that way, besides propaganda, besides it being a psyop against Black Americans. I don't legitimately know why, because the African friends that I have, there are also around Black Americans who work hard, who grind, who take care of their kids. And so, honestly, I don't know. I don't know why they have that view. But if you know why, Sammy, please put it in the chat. Let's go to, for sure. She said, what do my elders say about those times? My elders say that, yeah, crazy times. Crazy times meaning with civil rights. I had my grandparents on my mom's side, they moved from, my grandpa on my mom's side moved from Alabama to New York. My grandma was always in New York. They met up when they was about 15 years old, and they lived through that. And so the crazy times was the civil rights. My grandpa was NYPD for 20 years, and just a guy trying to figure it out. My grandma was a housewife, taking care of the 3 children that they had, and they started adopting kids and shit like that. But during those times, with civil rights, my grandfolks sided with Malcolm. I mean, not Malcolm, but Martin. They sided with Martin. I'm not gonna lie. Hotep said a lot of Black people didn't side with Martin. My grandfolks was a few that did. My grandma on my dad's side, I haven't talked to her about what happened during those times. They were in Detroit. I haven't talked to her. Matter of fact, y'all have inspired me to talk to her and how she felt about those times back in the day. But I did talk to my grandparents on my mom's side, and they were for civil rights. They were for providing my mom and my uncles and my aunt with the best opportunities possible, no matter the skin color. And so when it comes to school, when it comes to opportunity, when it comes to work, they were for, being able to have their children be in spaces that they weren't, right? Obviously our grandparents, I'm 35, my grandparents was born in the 40s. I think my grandpa was born in 47. And so, imagine being born in 47 and seeing, his parents and his grandparents and growing up in those times and, not being afforded education and different opportunities and having kids of his own. He's just trying to get his kids to be able to do what he couldn't do. And so when it looked like there was an opportunity with Martin Luther King and integration and shit like that, he was for it. I'm not going to lie. I talked to him about that. For sure. My people from Alabama, too, they don't speak like life was so awful for them because they were Black. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think that. I think that that's a misnomer. I think the misnomer is if you were Black in the South, then you were terrorized and niggas was burning crosses on your lawn and they was beating you up and they was hanging you and they was killing you and you wasn't making no money. No, that obviously that's some bullshit. That's some psyop media shit in where, if you think like that, you probably don't think highly of, Black folks in the beginning. What Crystal said. Oh, no, this Hotep. Me too, Crystal. 40 acres in Wilmington, North Carolina. I think Hotep is saying his folks is from Wilmington and got a lot of land. Hotep, put me on. I got some ideas for that 40 acres. I'm not going to hold you. We need the Lincoln build. We got a Lincoln build, Hotep. I got some ideas for them 40 acres. I'm not going to lie. For sure, she said, yeah, go talk to your people. see how they speak of themselves, it may change your view. Yeah, I haven't talked to my grandma on my dad's side. My grandpa on my dad's side, he passed away. Rest in peace, Grandpa. But I haven't talked to her about those times. But I would assume, like, Detroit during those times was very different. But I am going to talk to her. I'm going to holler at her and see how she felt about that. But yeah, my folks was definitely a part of the Great Migration. Hotep said that shit was a psyop. Definitely disagreed with that, Hotep. Not only have I fell for the pimping, he said my grandparents fell for the pimping too. Wow. Generations of pimping falling. Crazy, Hotep. Generations of pimp falling for the Rashad family. That's wild, man. Rest in peace, Grandpa, man, for sure. Yeah, the more it definitely was. The more that I be around Hotep, though, I do be learning a lot of shit. What Crystal said, my grandparent and great uncle and aunties talk like that was oh well for sure. They supported their own schools, organizations, and churches. Where your folks from, Crystal? Your folks from the South? Let me see if you put it in the chat. I don't see it in the chat. I'm a Great Migration Black too in Chicago thugging. Wake it up. A lot of blacks moved to Chicago. My folks, they moved to New York. On my mama's side, they moved to New York. You know what? And then my grandma, she was from North Carolina. She was from North Carolina, and they eventually moved up north too. So yeah, grandpa from Alabama, grandma from North Carolina, met in New York. Crazy. My grandma was one of 9. She had 9 brothers and sisters. Unreal. Big families. They don't make big families like they used to. I got 2 kids. My girl got 1. It's over with. That big family shit is nah. We ain't doing it. You said yes. So your folks is from the South, Crystal. So your folks was, I don't know. Do you still live in the South? Was your folks a part of the Great Migration? I definitely enjoyed that Great Migration space because it was people that came up to the space. They had too many damn kids. They did. Too many goddamn kids. I couldn't imagine having all the motherfucking kids. Hotep, big New York. I thought you said you was from Jersey or Philly or something. This nigga Hotep be saying he from everywhere. Best city in the world. Not if you from the Bronx. Not gonna lie. Not if you from the Bronx, Hotep. I was in Queens, South Side, PS 155. Spent a lot of time in Wine Dance too. Oh no, he said he was from Long Island, I think. What part of the city you was from, Hotep? We gonna get to the science right now, cause I could have swore you said Jersey a few times. Crystal said my dad is 1 of 10, my mom is 1 of 12. I know you got a lot of cousins. Shit, family reunion be hitting. When the last time you been to a family reunion, Crystal? No, that family reunion be hitting. Jesus. 22 aunts and uncles? Couldn't imagine. Are y'all still close? That's another thing as far as closeness in the black community and black family. I think that, we got to do better as a culture with keeping close with our family members. My dad is the oldest of 7. My mom is the youngest of 10. Woo! 10. Can't imagine 10 kids. Hotep said Queens and Long Island. That's me too. My family from the South migrated to the North. No different No, different. I think she meant different than Baltimore primarily. Hotep, my granny, one of 13. Sheesh. Oh, for sure said she got 50 cousins. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's not enough gift cards in the world. Christmas coming around. It's about to be slim. Not gonna hold you. It's about to be slim. If you got 50 cousins, first cousins, I know they got kids and all kind of shit. Listen, hey, man, I love you. I love you for sure, for sure. Y'all niggas ain't getting nothing out of me. 50 cousins. On my dad's side, I got like 50 first cousins alone. Shout out to Pops. Shout out to Pops. Not gonna hold you. Fists in the air. I thought I wanted 4 kids. And then when I realized how much kids cost, then I was like, nah, fam, I'm straight. I can't imagine starting over. But back in the day, you know, the big families was a thing. And I think we are getting away from that. And I don't know why. But for me, it's just, you know, I'm just done. But we are moving away from the big families. I'm not going to lie. I want to know how do y'all feel about Black culture moving away from big families like that? Well, for sure. I don't talk to them people. Merry Christmas, though. Crazy. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. We moving away. How do y'all feel about Black culture moving away from big families? Know what I mean? Big Mama, folks used to convene at Big Mama house on Sundays. Y'all seen Soul Food. Big Mama, your arms. Y'all seen Soul Food. How do y'all feel about that? The village. Not having as big of a village and a village as intentional like we used to have when we were growing up. Let me see. Oh, for sure said, I don't even want that many people living in my house, even if I had them. For real, I get annoyed very, very quickly. I would not want all of those people in my house. Not going to hold you. That gets annoying very fast. Yeah, but I do think that when it's done right, I think that there is a benefit to it. I mean, my family went no further. Oh, okay. So they went no further north than Baltimore. The ones who migrated from the south. Oh, okay. Okay. Got you. Yeah, my folks went all the way north. And they still up there. A few of them have came back down to the south as far as Georgia. But a lot of them are still up there and they call New York home. Which is odd, but hey, man, get it how you live. Family is family. Yeah. Did y'all ever have dreams and aspirations of having big families?
All right, nigga. All right. Okay. Can you
I
hear
don't
me,
even
nigga?
see you on camera yet. I can hear you. I can't even see you on the camera.
Give it a second. Give it a second. Jesus. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. I had to go to the store. You know what I'm saying? I had to get libations. Rashad, are you still with me, sir?
Yeah, we here.
Shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. Damn, I gotta go put my phone on the charger now. Give me a goddamn second. Keep talking, nigga.
Yeah, I want to see how y'all felt about the families, man. We gonna get to it. A lot of y'all popping out babies couldn't have been me. Not gonna hold you. My girl, at first when we got together, she said she wanted another child. I said, yeah, stop. Deal breaker. Hold on, wait. I went to college in Baltimore. Shout out to Morgan State. Fists in the air. Sammy, what's the word? Did you bring any of us snacks? I need some snacks too, man. I need some hot Cheetos. No, I need them hot lime Doritos. I'm hungry.
Hot lime.
Not gonna hold you.
Hot lime.
Yeah, I need it. A lot of food that I eat. First of all, everything that I eat has to be hot, and then secondly, the majority of the food that I eat has to have a citrus vibe to it.
Okay.
Can't lie.
Yeah,
that's my bag.
So you went through a lot. First of all, fist in the air for my nigga Rashad holding it down for me. Good job, brother. Good job. I liked it. You absolutely did your worst. You was on your worst behavior on my goddamn show. I gave you control of the show, and immediately you pulled a mutiny on me. Like, yeah, I know Hotep be talking about all of that black excellence shit, but let's talk about this oppression while he gone. God damn.
Hey, man, we got to figure it out.
We figured it out already, nigga. We figured it out. And yes, that's
somebody
something that
said thank God in the chat when you came back. Very nasty.
Fist in the air. Fist in the air. I had to get libations. Y'all hear that? Yeah, we pouring libations over here. Shout out to the ancestors. You know what I'm saying? It was only right. I would tell y'all what we drinking, but ain't no ads around this bitch. You feel me?
For real, wake it up.
Ain't no ads around.
Man, nobody, hell no, fuck that.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So the first thing that you said, you wanted to go over the whole when was America great?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna say at the very least, Rashad, 1865 to 1965. That's my answer. What you got to say about it now? America was great for Black Americans, 1865 to 1965, brother. That's my answer.
See, I be thinking that you be saying that based on individualistic progress, in which I don't want to
individual
on the scale of the entire country and Black population. Yeah, the things that you be talking about is be in certain pockets. It don't necessarily be everybody, all Black.
Rashad.
So yes, can you point out
said
a town?
you ignored my you ignored my comment. I said from 1880 to 1970. Okay.
So when you say that it was good, what does good mean to you? Maybe we have.
I said great, and this is what I'm saying. So
okay,
from 1880 to 1970, Black Americans were the most married demographic in the country. Okay. Now from 1970 to right now, we're the least married demographic in the country. Black Americans were building entire towns during Black codes and Jim Crow. Black Americans were inventing, innovating, contributing, becoming millionaires and 100,000aires. Kids were going, illiteracy rates went from 100%, because nobody was most people weren't reading and writing, right? Okay, to under 40% in 50 years time, 30 years time, 40 years time. Like all of this progress. And the reason why I take offense to all of this shit is because so many people in the mainstream zeitgeist, the only reason, I ain't gonna hold you, Rashad. I know you're gonna think that I'm placating the white people, but I'm telling you, the only reason why you have this outlook on Black American history is because of the McGraw-Hill textbooks that you and I read in school. If your teachers were ancestral Black Americans and carried that ethos, you feel me, all the way into the times that we was going to elementary school and middle school and high school, you wouldn't be walking around feeling this way. You wouldn't, because when we've gone over so much material, school children material, teachers materials, being like, this is a story of Black folks for little folks. And they talking about Booker T. Washington being King Thrift and Phyllis Wheatley being a princess out of the Congo. And the way that they talk about the people that came before them, it instilled pride, confidence, you feel me? Ability, capability. That's what teaching Black history was all about. When you look at on the cracker side, do you hear about the famine that was going on in Italy? Do you hear about the famine that was going on in Ireland? Or do you hear about the rich Irish heritage, the rich Italian heritage, and all of the other stuff? You only hear about motherfucking gabagool, spaghetti, lasagna. You hear about all of this dope shit that the Italians did, and they immigrants to this motherfucker. You hear about all of the great things that the Irish did, and they immigrants here. As far as the police force as we know it in America, okay, it was mostly a bunch of Irish police captains in New York and Baltimore, Detroit, all of this other stuff in the early 20th century. They get the brag. They get to brag about their history. And I don't know if you know this, but these people weren't even considered white when they first got here. So why is it that the Irish, the Italian, the Ukrainian, the Russians, and anybody else that come over to this country get to have all of this big illustrious history, but the people that been here the longest, we got the longest lineage on this land next to Native Americans. A lot of us are mixed with Native American ancestry, but we supposed to reduce our entire history to oppression from another group. From another group onto us. That's our history, Rashad. When you remember the last time you got fired, would you allow that person that fired you from your job to tell your story as a worker? Would you allow your enemy in the street to tell your babies about your life, your biography?
See, and that's the thing, and where I do understand that we are bigger than the worst that has happened to us.
Absolutely.
I do. But I also, in my opinion, feel like those things that happened to us weren't mosquito bites, right?
Why not?
There were things because it affected our people as a whole politically. It affected us financially. There are literal lost generations. Now, was there progress in certain pockets? Of course. But there are literal lost generations of Black people who were born, they worked, and they died. And it wasn't because of their own volition. It was because of things that were put in place to make sure that there was nothing passed down. We didn't have no ownership. It was a lot of different things. And so to not recognize those things as if they didn't happen, I think that's disingenuous to our history.
I don't think that's the thing.
I don't think that we have to skip over that and not acknowledge that so that we can put in perspective where we're at 2025 and where there is we're not equitable, right? As far as certain situations, when it comes to finance, when it comes to just status in this country, we see it every single day. We're not looked at as equal. There's a lot of things that happen. And so, yes, we are a great people. I love Black people. And I feel like we are the best. But we do have to talk about us in totality if we want to get to a place that's different, in my opinion.
I personally...
And you don't be one to do that because you think that that's giving too much credit to the white man.
No, what I'm saying is that we already have history of it. We already have a history of it, and what did it get us? What did pulling at the heartstrings of racist white people get us, Rashad? What did
This ain't for white folks though.
No, what I'm trying to tell
because
you is
we also growing up in a world and where, my kids younger than yours, they trying to take this shit out of schools completely. And so now there is no history. Every other culture values their history, good and bad. And then with us, I think that if we have the narrative like what you are saying and where we need to focus on the positive, yes, I do think that. But I think that where we're at right now, the negatives do play a part. And then the school system and not even just the school system, in public libraries, they're saying, no, we got to take these books out. Where are we going to be?
Listen, I don't know.
Where are we going to be if
know,
they want to implement that?
I don't know of any Black historical books that they're trying to take out of the schools. That's one. Two, when it comes down,
what?
I don't.
Project 2025 or something. I forgot what that's called.
The fact that you said or something, when you say shit like or something, that completely cuts your legs. I'm letting you know right now. That shout out, go to your Jupiter. You feel me? Contact Chat Jupiter and get the answer. I want to know the name of these books that are these Black historical books that being taken out.
Once I take my Chipotle bowl out the microwave, I'm on your ass.
Anyway, fist in the air. But so again, you have to understand something, Rashad. You have to understand demoralization. You have to understand what these stories are doing to the psyche. The things that you are asking for has been the prescription for the past 60 years in our schools. 2 days ago, on Wednesday, we learned how George Washington Carver taught how to turn completely dead soil and revive it full of nutrients and be able to yield money-making crops. Did you learn that in school, Rashad?
No.
We also learned about a league of entire Black American architects whose structures are still up today. Did you learn about any Black American architects, Rashad, in school?
Can't think of it firsthand.
When it comes down to all of the different Black American proliferators out there, the Black American advancers out there, you didn't learn about any of those people. At most, you got the same 25 people that I got: Jackie Robinson, Rosa Parks, Martin Luther King. They may, if they was a little bit radical, sprinkle a little bit of Malcolm X in that motherfucker. You feel me? Michael Jordan. They're gonna hit us. You know what I'm saying? That's what they hit us with. They taught us about one small percentage of our history from 1960 to 1980. That's what we got. They didn't tell us about the ancestors for real. They didn't tell us about any of this stuff. And so what you are walking around with is the demoralization that I'm talking about. You my age, you 35. And you still, because you have been told that Black American history is synonymous with Black American oppression, Black American subjugation, Black American downtroddenness. It's synonymous. It's to the point now, Rashad, you'll have kids who grew up in Black suburbs, okay, overcompensate and get into some gangster shit because they feel like growing up in the ghetto or the negative shit that's synonymous with Black people. That's what makes you authentically Black. That's what makes you unapologetically Black. People have a warped sense of what it actually means to be Black American. And it's due to the history that we have been told. Okay?
So when my kid asks me, "Hey, Dad, why are they doing this? Why haven't we learned this in school?" Then what do I say?
I tried to tell you already. Listen, you can't find a Hotep History episode where I don't acknowledge oppression. The reason why, Rashad, is because based upon the fact that they fresh off the plantation, fresh off of getting their asses whipped, fresh off of breeding. Rashad, there were breeding plantations. They didn't grow shit but Black babies on that motherfucker. You know what a breeding plantation is? Do you know how gruesome it? Yes, it was nothing but sex going on, incestuous sex going on. They was breeding the ancestors, bro. Breeding them. So fresh out of these conditions, they're building towns. Fresh out of these conditions, they're building municipalities. Fresh out of these conditions, they're building schools, churches, stores, banks, colleges. This is what the ancestors were doing in the midst of the oppression, in the midst of the Black codes, in the midst. I'm acknowledging the Jim Crow. But I tell you this, Rashad, not for apples to apples or apples to oranges, but if you had to guess, okay, between 1865 to 1965, how many lynchings do you think there were? White on Black lynchings. Guesstimate. No wrong answer.
For 100 years, I would say 1,500.
Huh?
1,500.
You're actually you're halfway there. It was about 3,000 to about 4,000 lynchings between 1865 and 1965. How many homicide victims in Black America do you think we deal with on a yearly basis?
20,000.
So you undershot the lynchings and you overshot the homicides, which is cool. We deal with anywhere between 10,000 to 13,000 homicides a year. So when it's time to talk about trauma responses and it's time to talk about the Great Migration and it's time to talk about all of this other stuff, crackers gave 4,000 lynchings. You can even double it. Fuck it, 8,000. We take each other out twice as much, 3 times as much on a yearly basis.
But why? Yeah.
Low impulse control, low IQ, culture, all of the things people want to act like don't exist. All of the things people want to act like don't exist. And I'm giving you this country. I'm giving you this much country because we're going to be here for a while. You feel me? And we're going to get to the tabs, I promise y'all. But Rashad won his 1-2. It's all good. This is my brother right here. So when it comes down to what you're trying to let me know is that a murder that just happened tonight, because you already know it's Halloween, so you know it's going down in the hood right now. Not even, nah.
Take off.
Not even yet. It's only 9 o'clock. Once it get about 11, 12, that's when it gonna get super spooky out that motherfucker. You gonna tell me that Jim Crow or the racist police chief or whatever the fuck is going on in Philly, Baltimore, Atlanta, Houston, Miami, Richmond, Chicago, you think the white man is involved with that beef? The white man induced it?
This is what I'm saying. I know you hate talking about it, but this is just an example. When them Europeans broke up Africa and they took it for themselves and they separated and they added new borders and they put tribes against tribes, and then now we look at what Africa is now and we look at the end result of why the fuck y'all niggas killing each other, and we don't take into account what was done.
Rashad,
I think that we can say that for the same in our country as well.
Rashad, I've seen several Africans in Africa say that colonization ain't the issue no more. Their biggest issues are corrupt politicians. That's their biggest issue. Their presidents, their rulers.
But why, Hotep?
You keep...
Why?
Rashad, I asked you this before, and Sammy, you made a great point. Because Sammy, he African. But anyway, Sammy says, nah, take it back to the original premise. He remembers the history of Hotep history. And he says, Dubes seeks to center black people in their story. Wake it up, Sammy. Wake it up. We centering black people. Because when it comes down to the mainstream histories of Black American history, it's what the white man did to Black America and then how Black America responded. When I get to talking, it's barely white people even brought up. And if it is a white person brought up, it's a motherfucker, it's a name. We're not talking about white people, okay? The classrooms did that enough. Y'all need to learn about how George Washington Carver was sought after by Thomas Edison. That's when I bring the white man up. Thomas Edison offering George Washington Carver $1.5 million adjusted for inflation, a yearly salary. That's when I'm going to bring the white man up. So
you couldn't have offered me that. I ain't gonna lie.
But back to So what I was talking
Look at
about.
Crystal. Crystal said, "Get Rashad out of here." Crystal, I thought we was better.
So back to what I'm saying. You remember the analogy, and I'm gonna ask you again for the people in the audience, Rashad. If the government hires your brother to kill you, and he kills you, who killed you? The government or your brother?
Your brother pulled the trigger.
No. I asked you. No. I asked you if the government wants to kill you.
The government
killed you. The government killed you.
Yep.
You believe, despite there being a grown man with his own autonomy, his own agency, his own decision making, who pulled the trigger, he's not at fault. The government is at fault.
I think it's the government, man.
Wow.
Sincerely, genuinely, I think because we talked about it in space. I don't know if you was there, but excuse me. In every
that
aspect,
Chipotle is
right?
whooping your ass. I thought Sammy was just joking, but that Chipotle whoop.
Listen, I got that red sauce on that motherfucker, crazy. But I think that in every aspect, right, the government has used people who look like us to infiltrate and tear down what we got going on, right? Because they know that we are trusting and we will trust people that look like us. But I can't get them off of the hook of knowing that because it's documented, it's paperwork. I can't get them off the hook of knowing that we can do this and then these niggas gonna fall for it because they gonna put, if you got child support, hey man, we'll take your child support off if you like. I can't overlook that. You trying to alleviate everybody from responsibility and just put it on cuz, and which yes he does.
Rashad, hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Don't take another bite. Now, chat, there's some people in the chat, like Crystal. I think for sure was in the building as well. Rashad, you remember where Hotep History podcast, we talked about the breaking up of the black family, correct?
Yeah.
And one of the things that you said that broke up the black family was what? The feminists.
Yeah.
The feminists. I said, welfare and all of that other shit. Why? How come? Because Gloria Steinem was a CIA asset. How come you didn't say that the white woman broke up the family? You said black feminists did. Wake it up. How is it that it's okay to blame the black woman for the destruction of the black family, but you gonna sit here and try to tell me if the government hires your brother to kill you and your brother kills you, it's the government's fault? Double-minded.
No, I don't.
Two minds.
So when it comes to that situation, I said that black women were fooled by these white women who were talking from a place of privilege and still going back home to their well-to-do husband.
But you didn't say that black women didn't do it. You said that black women took the bait, just like the black man said, "Okay, I'll kill my brother."
I think that yes, there. Like I said, there is a level of responsibility for the person who pulled the trigger. There is a level of responsibility for the black woman who took the bait. But we can't overlook the larger play, because if that larger play isn't at hand, then I don't think that the trickle down effect would happen. That's all I'm saying. And so because on one hand, we talk about inequity, we talk about inequality, we talk about, financial, we talk about all these things in which we can see that white people are making plays behind the scenes so that they can be quote unquote up and have a level up on us. But then when it comes down to practicality in our community and the effects, then we turn around and say white people ain't got no effect for that. That's all I'm saying. They do.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you is that you can't have one without the other, Rashad. You feel me? And I ain't gonna lie, the chat saying that you losing them. They lose it. They getting lost on what you're saying, brother. So let me take these fucking headphones off. You got me looking goofy.
Misrepresenting what I'm saying.
Yo, the chat said it. Oh, for sure says, all right, he lost me. She ain't talking about me.
Misrepresenting what I'm saying. No, I just think that there are things that that are put in place for our people, against our people, and we just need to. We can talk about our excellence. We can talk about our progress. But when we talk about what era has Black Americans ever been great, yes, there have been pockets. But overall, I think that there has been a struggle for us just sheerly because we are Black in America.
Okay.
And so
this is how we're going to round this conversation out with this one right here. Rashad, in 2025, is America great for Black Americans right now? Got him. We got him. We got him, chat. We got him. We got him, chat. Don't even worry about it. We got him. Rashad, you are free. You are free to stick around for the program. You don't got to hang up but we got him. He's about to say yes, right? He's about to say yes with our homicide rates looking the way they look, our marriage rates looking the way they look, our literacy rates looking the way they look. But because this nigga can go to phone parties with nefarious characters,
that was only one time. Those white girls called me when I was vulnerable, man.
Well, he said it. So since he confessed, Rashad went to a phone party, okay, with two white women. Not only did he go to the phone party with two white women, he got into a what? What did you get in again? What was that thing called?
It was a cage.
A cage. This black man, chat. This black man got into a cage with two white women. America couldn't be greater for a nigga like Rashad. Wake it up. It couldn't be greater for a nigga like Rashad because he gets to go to phone parties and stand in cages with two Caucasian women.
I was vulnerable in impression, chat. But listen, I'm going to be in the chat. I appreciate it. I'll be in the chat, man.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for holding it down, Rashad.
All
damn
good,
it.
All good.
Yes. Look, the chat is outraged, y'all. Hurry up and hang up so we can kick you back in. Nigga, there you go. He hung up. Yes, a cage. A cage. He was standing in a cage with two white women. I don't want to hear it. Nigga want to tell me about how racist and fucked up it was, and the ancestors, you know what I'm saying, was building entire towns. I don't want to hear that shit, man. Let's get to the feature and presentation, huh? It's already 9:30. We've been rocking for 3 hours. We had to hear Rashad babble for 30 minutes. And I'm glad that I got somebody that can step in for me. That's a good man right there. Shout out. Fist in the air for Rashad. I had to go get some libations. It's Friday. Come on now. I ain't gonna lie. We might get saucy every Friday. I don't know. That last week when we was doing the architects, pause, that was fun. So, yo, listen, he's a nasty man. Oh, for sure. He's a nasty man. Yeah, yo, they in the chat cooking you, Rashad. You should have stayed on the line to defend yourself. They calling you Mandingo in the chat, brother. They calling you. Oh, I love my job. That man was in the cage with 2 white women. Could you imagine, chat? Could you imagine if that was a part of my lore? That I come to you as humbly as I know how, telling you guys all about Black American advancement and how Black America is this and the ancestors and da-da-da-da-da. And a part of my life story was that I, in college, went to a college party. I forgot which rapper he said was hosting it. I forgot. It was one of he was famous for the time. I don't know if he went on to become even more famous or whatever, but a rapper was there, and he ends up at this party or whatever, and he ends up in a cage with 2 white women. And yes, because I know the Black women in the chat already know, yes, they were mid. Yes, they were mid. They was mid-dro white women. They were mediocre mid. Mid. Oh my God. The middest of the mid. Insane. Oh, now let's read some of these chats. This looks hilarious. The chat is going crazy. Let's see. Let me scroll up. Make sure that I want to read everything. I want to read all of the slander. Crystal says, don't ever let Rashad be in charge no more after this revelation. See, they didn't know this about you. Huh, Rashad? They didn't know this about you. You sitting there, you see how it looks funny in the light? You done came to my show where we center Black people in Black American history, brought the white man in. How you bring the white man in? You got dreads. You brought the white man in with you. I said, yo, bro, hold it down for me. I'm going to be going for like 30 minutes. 15 minutes there, 15 minutes back. I came back. I looked at the phone. It was at 32 minutes. I was off by 2 minutes. You feel me? Just for you to be like, oh, the white man. That's why I had to put the ice cubes in the chat. Okay, oh, for sure says, crazy work. I know they formed a circle around him and watched him dance too. You know they did. Oh, man. Man, Sammy says, what was that about only highlighting individual Black people? Oh, man. Oh, for sure says a mid-bunny gonna get it done every time they fall to him. Either they mid or obese or both. Did you let them touch your hair, Rashad? Oh, no. Oh, no, beloved. Hopefully not. Fist in the air for Rashad. And his white man ice cubes. They chilling his drink right now as we speak. No ice. You don't hear no ice in here. You feel me? So first up, guys, we have The Negro as Capitalist. This was written by Abram Lincoln Harris. Remember I told y'all how the ancestors be named after presidents and people that their parents respected and stuff like that? You got George Washington Carver, George Washington Williams. You got Abram Lincoln Harris. Okay? This book is called The Negro as Capitalist, a study of banking and business among American Negroes. Great book. Great book. Written in 1936, primary source, you already know. All right, let's get into it. 1936 to the late Eva Frank. All right, here we go. Rashad, I need you to stick around for this. We're going to talk to you. We're going to teach you something. So we're going to go right to the first chapter. We're going to go right to the first chapter. From slavery to business enterprise. Okay? This is what we're going to get into. We're going to get into other ones too, but we're going to get into that first. Let's go on down. Here we go. Here we go. Let me take another sip. Fist in the air, drinks in the air. If you drink it, take a shot for your boy. Take a sip for your boy if you got something mixed. All right. I've read this book a while ago. Forgot everything inside of it. You know how I do, y'all. I be having these books in the library, be forgetting. Shit. What was that? What was the other book that we was talking about? It was one of them other books that I had in my library that I forgot. But anyway, chapter 1, From Slavery to Business Enterprise. Rashad, from slavery to business enterprise. Let's see what we got. The shift in commerce in the 15th century from the Mediterranean to the Atlantic seaboard accelerated the disintegration of the feudal system in the Western European nations, especially England. This period from about 1500 to 1715, now known as the Commercial Revolution, was one in which the accumulation of surplus wealth arising from the rapid expansion of trade and commerce led to the improvement of industrial technique, thus laying the basis for industrial capitalism in the period from 1715 to 1815. The Commercial Revolution, characterized by explorations, discoveries, and the colonization of the New World, caused the introduction of new goods into Europe. New goods stimulated new wants. This resulted in the expansion of the European market, the introduction of the new industrial techniques, the cultivation of new lands for raw materials, improvement in the means of communication, and, above all, in the use of a staple measure of value in exchange in the growing commercial transactions. Okay? So this is white people. This is about Europe, them understanding the importance of commerce and industrialization, starting in the 16th century. All right. So let's see what we got here. Importance of Negro labor in the New World. This is your ancestors right here they talking about. Okay. In the cultivation of the land and raw materials of the New World, Indian and white labor was first used. But eventually, that of African Negroes took precedence over all other and came to be looked upon as the source of an almost inexhaustible, cheap, and tractable labor supply. Africa supplied the Western world not only with labor, but with much of the gold that was necessary for a staple money economy in the Western European nations. You understand? So not only were they taking people, they were taking gold. You know, the gold standard until, 1971. Yeah, you know how American fiat was backed by gold? Where do you think they got that gold from? Now, we had plenty of gold on this continent for sure. For sure, but there was some in Africa as well. Let's go. In brief, the introduction of African labor into the British West Indies, shout out to the Caribbeans, and the profits obtained from traffic into this labor and its products, as well as the exploitation of the African continent for gold in the 15th and 16th centuries, were fundamental to the accumulation of capital on the basis of which the English industrial system was raised in the 18th century. Similarly, in the United States, the profits which the slave traffic yielded to New England were an important factor in the growth of the shipping industry and at the same time a source of surplus wealth for American industrialism. You see how the ancestors are integral in all of this shit? So when you have all these white people sitting there talking about, oh, we didn't need black people, you didn't build this country. Fuck you. You don't even have the raw materials to back your currency, And you definitely don't have the labor to mine these raw materials and dig for these raw materials because y'all not trying to do it. The minute they saw niggas doing it, it was like, all right, no more natives, no more whites. We're going to get the niggas to do it. The importance which is here attached to African labor and the development of capitalism is supported by some of the leading mercantilist writers of the 18th century. One of these, Malachi Postlethwaite, I'm not pronouncing that right, described it as follows, quote, "The most approved judges of the commercial interests of these kingdoms have ever been of the opinion that our West Indian and African traders are the most nationally beneficial of any carried on. It is also allowed on all hands that the trade to Africa is the branch which renders our American colonies and plantations so advantageous to Great Britain." Do you understand what they are saying? That the trade to Africa is the branch which renders our American colonies and plantations so advantageous to Great Britain. You know, that's who controlled America at the time. Okay? That traffic only affording our planters a constant supply of Negro servants, okay, for the culture of their lands in the produce of sugars, tobacco, rice, rum, cotton, pimento, and all plantation produce, so that the extensive employment of our shipping into and from America, the great brook of seamen pause, consequent thereupon, in the daily bread of the most considerable part of our British manufacturers, are owing primarily to the labor of Negroes. Primarily, first and foremost. Okay? Who as they were the first happy instruments of raising our plantations. So their labor can only support and preserve them and render them still more and more profitable to their mother kingdom. You feel me? The Negro trade, therefore, and the natural consequences resulting from it may justly be esteemed an inexhaustible fund of wealth and naval power to the nation. Inexhaustible, unlimited. Okay? We talking real life cheat codes. Motherfuckers put a cheat code in GTA, you get unlimited ammo. Inexhaustible ammo. That's what they're talking about here. We done found the cheat code. We could just get niggas to do it. We ain't got to lift a fucking finger. This the 15th and 16th century, going into the 17th and 18th. That's 400 years just right there. Come on. Let's keep reading. And by the overplus of Negroes above what have served well on plantations, we have drawn likewise inconsiderable quantities of treasure from the Spaniards who are settled on the continent of America. Not only have Negroes been furnished by them from Jamaica, but by the late Asiento contract with the crown of Spain, which may probably be revived upon a peace being concluded with the kingdom. What renders the Negro trade still more estimable and important is that nearly 9/10, 90%, of those Negroes are paid for in Africa with British produce and manufacturers only, and the remainder with East Indian commodities. We send no specie or bullion to pay for the products of Africa, but 'tis certain we bring from thence very large quantities of gold. And not only that, but wax and ivory. The one serves for a foreign export with the least detriment to our own product. The other is manufactured at home and afterwards carried to the foreign markets to no little advantage to the nation and the traders. Okay? So again, there is none of this without the ancestors. See, I'm not one of them historians now who are proud Black Americans who are going to sit there and act like I don't have African heritage. That's fucking retarded. While I have Choctaw and Chickasaw, wherever it is native in my blood ancestry, I'm not going to act like there is no African in it. I'm not one of those people. I'm not. I'm literally a Hotep. Hotep is an African word. Okay? I'm just a proud Black American. And I don't know any of the people that come from, that far out lineage in Africa. That's just how I don't have any of those. You see my man Rashid, his family, his history's book goes back to 85, 95. To try to find Africans before then, they talking about 1500. That's when you're going to start to see the Africans in our lineage. 1500, 1600. As far as Black Americans are concerned. So if you don't have any record of those people, I'm not mad at you for not, knowing their names, but I'm also not going to sit here and act like they didn't exist. They were African. They came from Africa, more than likely West Africa, Central Africa. Please. Let's skip down a little bit. The historic role of Negro slave labor. Do y'all want me to zoom in? So y'all can read along. I know it just looks like a wall of text on y'all, and here y'all go. There y'all go. So y'all can tap in with me. Here we go. This historic role of Negro slave labor in the evolution of the capitalist economy was not understood by the free Negro in the early 19th century, and many more than that is understood by the Negro in the 20th. See, I told y'all this book was pros and cons. It wasn't just somebody glazing capitalism. You may hear some things tonight that you disagree with. I've read this book. I do remember disagreeing with certain parts. He just said that many of these free Negroes, Negro was not understood by the free Negro in the early 19th century. That's the early 1800s. So when y'all get to talking about overarching and stuff like that, I hope Rashad is listening here. He says, this is going to be to Rashad's point. Okay? But let's keep it going. Many of these free Negroes were educated. Their contact was with the benevolent members of the white upper class, and they sought to emulate the social values and ideals of the members of that class. Like the white working men of the 18th century, the free Negroes were, quote, men on the make, hoping to escape the wage-earning class through business enterprise and by accumulating wealth. Quote, let our young men and women admonish the free Negro, Martin Delany. We know about Martin Delany. Martin Delany was for migration to Africa or back to Africa. He went head-to-head, pause, with Frederick Douglass. Okay? In 1848, prepare themselves for usefulness, trading, and other things of importance. Educate them for the store and the counting house to do everyday practical business. The advice of this black Benjamin Franklin is a typical expression of the ends to which a considerable number of free Negroes were directing their ambitions in pre-Civil War days. Okay? So again, they understand, like, yo, we're not going to sit here and be the lapdogs or be the reason why you get to have all of this economic prosperity or for our labor or for our work, off the raw materials and minerals coming out of the ground from Africa and here, and us not be able to participate in those things. I'm watching you get rich off of my work. Let's go. This topic, the attempt of the free Negro to enter business and to accumulate wealth in the early 19th century, has been developed under my direction by Mr. Eugene Boykin. With his permission, I have given below an abridged account of his findings. Let's see what he found. What the hell happened? I don't even understand, B. What the hell are we doing? I hate when they do that. Because I'm pretty sure that was going to be good info, but this shit done been scribbled. This shit look like hieroglyphs, man. Yeah, I can't get that. I can't decipher that. I try to decipher it. Y'all know when I be in the newspapers, I'll decipher some shit, but not tonight. Okay. Let's go. Freedom, failing this, they were to revert to her son and heir Moses. In Louisiana, there was a large number of wealthy colored families, many of whom owned plantations and slaves. Oh, they about to get to it. They about to talk about the black slave owners. They about to talk about the black slave owners. Uh-oh. Cyprian Ricard, head of one of these families, purchased in 1855 an estate in Iberville Parish, stocked with 91 slaves. Ooh, yikes, that's a lot of slaves. We know that the average slave owner back then This is 1851. So the average slave owner in 1851 to 1860 owned about no more than 9 slaves. That was the average amount. If you owned 10 plus, you were in the 5%. If you owned like 25 to 50, you were in the 1%. If you owned 100 or more, you were in the 1% of the 1% of slave owners. So let's get into it. Marie Matoyer of Natchitoches Parish left in the state of 2,000 acres of land and 58 slaves in 1840. Charles Rogues of the same parish left 47 slaves and 1,000 acres at his death in 1854. And Martin Donate of St. Landry owned his wife and 7 children at his death in 1848. Now, that goes back to the whole question that we was talking about when it came down to, would you free? Whose responsibility is it, the father or the husband? He married a woman who was enslaved, and he went on to have 7 children. This man, Martin Donate of St. Landry, he owned his wife and 7 children, and he didn't free them at his death. And also 89 other slaves, 4,500 arpents of land, and notes and mortgages valued at $46,000. Nowhere in America was there a black planter aristocracy comparable with that of Louisiana. I told y'all this. When it comes down to the black slave owners and shit like that, I told y'all South Carolina and Louisiana are going to be the top 2, not, not talking about anybody else. Mississippi was up there too, but as far as black slave owners, Louisiana and South Carolina, okay? However, there had been in St. Paul's Parish, South Carolina, a black planter who was, quote, reported before the close of the 18th century to have 200 slaves, as well as a white wife and a son-in-law, and the returns of the first federal census appear to corroborate it. Such persons were also to be found infrequently in North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland. The free black slave owners of Somerset County, Maryland, were assessed on slave property valued at $4,600 in 1841 and $3,450 in 1860. Rixham Webb of Caroline County was assessed at $530 for 3 slaves in 1842. The state assembly often debated the expedience of allowing blacks to own slaves, but never took action on the question. In the District of Columbia, there were a few black masters who benefited under the slave purchase provisions of the Emancipation Act of the district passed in 1862. One received from the government $2,168.10 for 10 slaves. Another received $832.20 for 2 slaves. Another $43.80 for 1 slave, and another $547.50 for 1. Real estate constituted the chief type of wealth. Same today. In colonial days, little real estate was owned by free Negroes, okay? But as the country developed between the Revolution and the Rebellion, the extent and value of their real estate holdings increased. A complete account is, of course, impossible owing to the fact that some records make no distinctions on the basis of race. As far back as 1779, one free Negro, John of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, was assessed for 8 acres of land and a horse. Before the end of the century, the free Negroes of Philadelphia owned nearly 100 houses. It is reported that in 1806, there was a free black farmer. In what? Why do they do this? Bad digital record keeping. In what? Because it starts a whole new sentence. Did I trip? Page 5. Oh, is this the page that they scribbled out the first time? Yeah, it is. Why do they do that? If you're gonna have the shitty page and you're gonna have a cleaner version of that same page, why? I'm not reading page 4 again. We're gonna get to the bottom of page 5 because that's where we was at. A black farmer in Marion. There we go. The succeeding years witnessed a sufficiently large number of black property holders to make a long list and to attract considerable attention from abolitionists and others who were interested in proving the ability of Negroes to compete successfully in the economic struggle. For example, James Forten. We know about James Forten here. Household name at Hotep History. the sailmaker of Philadelphia, who was reputed to be worth more than $100,000 in 1832. Where you at, Sammy? Where you at, Sammy? 1832, $100,000. 1832, $100,000. Okay? And Mrs. Richard Allen, widow of the celebrated bishop of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, was reputed to be worth $25,000. In 1847, the real estate held by Black Philadelphians was valued at about $400,000, and in 1856 at $800,000. Okay? So from 47 to 56, 9 years, it doubled. It doubled. And this is what I'll be talking about when it comes down to Black American advancement. All of this is moving. Rashad asked me, when was America great for Black people? I said 1865 to 1965. I already knew that in the 1700s, Black Americans was moving and shaking and shit like that. But when it comes down to like more and more people, let's get them out of slavery before we even get into that. Before we even get into the, all of the money they was making during slavery, let's get them out of slavery. So I'll say 1865 to 1965. Great for Black Americans. Yeah, Jim Crow happened. Yeah, lynching happened. Yeah, redlining. Yeah, all of that. All of that. But at the end of the day, they were doing great. For the historical context of what was going down, Black Americans were doing great. Y'all don't like hearing that because, again, great to you is white people. Great to you is the white American barometer. Not so. Okay? Sammy says $100,000 in 1832 is worth $3.76 million. Okay? That was just James Fortin alone. That's what he had the equivalent of. Okay? A convention of colored people held in Rochester, New York in 1853 reported that during the past 2 decades, the Negroes' real estate holdings in the environs of New York City had increased 100%, doubled. In 13 counties of the state, their property was valued at $1 million. This was in 1853. In one state, or in 13 counties, in one city, Black Americans held $1 million in assets. Okay? So if we just go off of the $100,000 and times it by 10, that's $30 million. $30 million adjusted for inflation. Okay? The convention further announced that colored people had invested a large amount of capital in business enterprises in various cities. In New York, $755,000 in Brooklyn. Okay? In New York, $755,000, Brooklyn, $79,000, or $79,200, Williamsburg, $4,900, or a total of $839,100. Okay? 1853. Okay? Slavery's not over. Slavery still has what? 13 years to go? 13 years ago, and we owning this much real estate in New York, no less. Okay, their real estate holdings exclusive of indebtedness. Excuse me, their real estate holdings exclusive of indebtedness were as follows: New York, $733,000; Brooklyn, $276,000; Williamsburg, $151,000, or a total of $1.16 million. Again, this is before slavery was abolished. The trend was apparently the same in Boston and in other parts of New England. For in March 1859, it was said that many of them, quote, many of them already paid large taxes. That was another indicator. Of wealth. Some of the greatest, you know how our ballers today, they brag about how much they spend on consumer goods. 100 years ago, 200 years ago, their ancestors bragged about the taxes that they paid. I'm the largest taxpayer in the city. I'm the largest taxpayer on my block, or I'm the largest taxpayer in the state, because you're going to get taxed. Your wealth is going to get taxed. Sammy says, inspiration, $839,100 in 1853 is worth $35,304,969.04 today. I hope Rashad is in the chat. Slavery is still going on, beloveds. It's 13 years out from being abolished. 35 million over. So we're talking $35.3 million 13 years before slavery was abolished. Black people. Okay? Let's see. Where we at? There are seldom seen in the almshouses. I hope that's how I say it. For they have many benevolent societies. Come on, back to the mutual aids. Come on. Some of them on the mutual principle, and in case of need are ready to help each other. Come on. What did I tell y'all before we got into this? As soon as the ancestors got rich, now it's time to help. As soon as the ancestors got to the bread, now it's time to spread the money. Immediately, yo, if I'm up 100,000 in 1850, which is millions of dollars adjusted for inflation, you goddamn right I'm about to create a mutual aid society, Rashad. You goddamn right I'm about to create a benevolent society. Rashad should have stayed on the line. Rashad should have stayed on the phone and got this education directly, and he can respond to it. Let's keep it going. In many instances, the free Negroes of the Ohio River Valley compared favorably with the older and more conservative Eastern property holders, whites. Cincinnati was the center of the economic activities of the free Negro population in the Midwest in the early 19th century. In 1835, even further back, Cincinnati had a Negro population of 2,500 people, of whom 1,195, or about 48%, had been slaves. By 1840, the free Negroes of Cincinnati had amassed, exclusive of personal and church property, okay, valued at $19,000, a total of $209,000 in real property. You feel me? One individual alone controlled real estate valued at $6,000. Another had become the owner of 2 brick houses worth $6,000 and 560 acres of land in Mercer County valued at $2,500. My youngin' Mike in the chat, he says, quote, to spread money like a socialist, you must first collect it like a capitalist. Come on. That's John Hope Bryant. Y'all be putting the cart before the horse. Now you got this dude that y'all, Manmandi, that y'all voting in New York City. Come on, man. By 1852, still before slavery, we are still in slavery. They didn't even let the GDs in the door yet. They still got the GDs behind the door. You feel me? It's 1852. By 1852, these freedmen had increased their real property holdings to more than $500,000. Of a population of 3,500 at the time, 200 were owners of real estate. Complete information is not available for many of the other cities in Ohio. There were, however, 300 free Negroes in Cleveland in 1845. My youngin, he from Ohio. This better speak to you. Okay? There were, however, 300 free Negroes in Cleveland in 1845, 20 of whom owned real estate valued at $36,000. I ain't mean to dox your location like that, Mike. It's all good. 8 years prior to this date, in 1837, there were in Columbus 23 free Negroes whose real estate investments amounted to $17,000, while that of 20 Negroes living in Lancaster amounted to $17,000 in 1840. So you went from the entire 23 people, okay? And while that of 20 Negroes living in Lancaster amounted to that same amount. Going crazy. The economic success of the free Negro in rural pre-Civil War Ohio was also significant. Nearly all of the counties of southern Ohio had black settlers. Pike County in 1840 contained 33 families who owned 2,223 acres of land. There were at the same time 265 in Shelby County who owned 4,286 acres stocked with cattle, sheep, and horses. And in Darke County, 281 owned nearly 5,000 acres of land. In 1852, Reverend Reuben P. Graham of Cincinnati owned a finely cultivated farm in Mercer County with 300 acres of uncleared land. He also owned another farm near the city. John Woodson, at this time, one of the most successful farmers in Ohio, owned a large tract of land in Jackson County on which he raised fruits, grain, livestock, and vegetables. In 1842, his farm produced, quote, 3,000 bushels of wheat, several hundred bushels of rye, 1,100 bushels of oats, large crops of corn, potatoes, and other vegetables, large quantity of fruits, and 300 stacks of hay with a stock of several hundred head of cattle. Several hundred. Black men. In the slave states, the presence of the free Negro was feared. Therefore, his activities were restricted. Nevertheless, many free Negroes acquired property. Reuben West of Richmond, Virginia, paid the city treasurer $17.62 in 1856 on property value $4,420. Scott Clemency of the same city paid $22.72 in taxes on property assessed at $5,680. For the city as a whole, in that year, the free colored population paid the local treasury $286.81 for taxes on properties whose assessed value was $71,702.50. In 1860, Petersburg, Virginia, had 186 free black heads of families who owned real estate. You feel me? This number represented about 25% of the total heads of family. This number represented about 25% of the total heads of families among the blacks. 21 of the 186 owned property ranging in value from $1,000 to $9,000. At the outbreak of the war, free Negroes in the District of Columbia owned $630,000 worth of real estate. In Baltimore, there were 348 who possessed property valued at $449,000. And in outlying Maryland counties, there were 221 blacks who held property valued at $120,000. For the state of Maryland as a whole, free Negroes held a larger portion of the total wealth in the poorer counties and a smaller proportion in the richer. This resulted from the competition between poor and wealthy classes for land in the slave economy. In the older slave states where wealth was concentrated and where land values were high, persons of small capital and restricted economic opportunities were unable to get a hold of the good land. Now, of course, this is decades before George Washington Carver came through with turning bad land into good land, regardless of what you got. At New Orleans in 1836, there were 855 free Negroes who owned 620 slaves and other property assessed at $2,462,470 in 1836. So now we're talking about, 30 years before emancipation? By 1863, their holdings had increased about fourfold. So you got some different math to do. You got two-step math for you, Sammy. So we got $2,462,470 times 4. Then give us the adjusted for inflation. in 1863, 2 years before emancipation. You hear me? I'll put it in the chat to make it a little bit easier. Yeah, 462-470. Times that by 4, and then give us the adjusted for inflation in 1863. 1863, Sammy. Shout out to Sammy for always holding it down with the calculator. In appealing to the state in that year for permission to exercise the right of suffrage, these gens of de couleur claimed that they paid taxes on more than $9 million worth of property. So, Sammy let us know that $2.46 million in 1863 is worth $63 million. $63.31 million. So now multiply that by 4, Sammy. Multiply that by 4. Let's get to it. Okay? This was hardly an overstatement of their wealth because in 1860, the value of the slaves and real estate held by the wealthy free Negroes of Louisiana was variously estimated at from 10 to $15 million. That was at the height of slavery in 1860. You hear me? Besides the personal and real property already referred to, the free Negroes owned other forms of wealth such as stocks, bonds, and annuities. They had assets. They were buying shares. Your ancestors were investing in 1860. They bought shares of companies. But they said this type of ownership, however, was negligible. Okay. Frequently, special statutes and acts incorporating state banks prohibited Negroes from becoming stockholders and depositors. It's the reason why black banks started to spring up. Sammy says times 4, that's $253 million adjusted for inflation. And this nigga wants me to explain to him why Black America was great. Do y'all see what I'm talking about? Y'all see what I'm talking about? Okay. Let's see. The Maryland Statute, the Maryland Statute of 1852 excluded them from membership in existing homestead and building associations formed to promote thrift among the poorer classes and prohibited them from forming similar organizations among themselves. So this is what I'm trying to say. When it comes down to Black American advancement, it was in spite of the government not helping. It was in spite of the government impeding on their progress. Versus white Americans at this time, where the government is literally giving handouts and leg ups to every white face that is on the land. Oh, you want some land? You want some acreage? Here's some acreage. Homestead Act. Oh, you need some money? Here's some money. Like, I'm talking about government assistance out the wazoo all throughout the centuries. 1852 excluded them from membership in existing homestead and building associations formed to promote thrift among the poor whites. Among the poor whites. We want to show y'all how y'all can build wealth the American way. I know how it was in Ireland or Germany or England or wherever the fuck you came from in Europe, but the American way is that we're going to own land and we're going to grow shit on this land and we're going to build wealth with that. Don't spend your fucking profit as soon as you get it. Reinvest it. That's the American way. You feel me? White people are getting the government's help on how to become wealth builders. The government is being like, yo, you're new here. You're new here. You may not know how this goes. But what we do is we have land. We use the Negro labor to grow crops. And then we go to sell that crop in the market. and you're going to take that money that you made from the market and reinvest it back into the farm, reinvest it back into the land. And if you keep doing that over and over again until you die, you will die rich. And we'll help you, no problem. We'll give you the land, we'll give you the Negroes, we'll give you whatever you need. You feel me? As long as you stay thrift, you don't spend money where you can't afford it, and you actually use that shit to build up your life, you'll be just fine. The whole time the ancestors is looking back like, very fucking interesting. Very fucking interesting. We're excluded from this, correct? That's what you're saying? We can't participate in this shit? Like, oh, nah, hell nah, nigga, you can't do this. But this illiterate English immigrant gets to fucking just have carte blanche with this shit. Maybe I don't speak angrily enough to where people think that I don't bring up the oppression. That my pride exudes, through the program to where I don't feel like inferior even when I talk about white people getting a leg up. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the confidence spewing through. Maybe it's the pride that I have in the ancestors and me being a Black American man or what have you. But I bring up, this is injustice. This is inequality. But maybe I'm conveying it in a way that it just, it is what it is. It happened. Maybe because I'm not crying about it. I'm not mad or like hella mad about it or hella sad about it, that people take that as me being okay with it. Like, the ancestors went through it. I don't have to fucking have all of these emotions attached to it. The ancestors already dealt with it. In 1850 whatever, 1830 whatever, they dealt with it. You feel me? Oh shit, I got a super chat. Hold on. Let's go back. Money was made. Who says you cooking tonight? Turn up. Shout out to Who for the $5 super chat. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Although this policy tended to preclude any considerable ownership of securities, even among the wealthy free Negroes, it was not rigidly enforced. Another thing about the times. Who do you think is out here enforcing this shit? When y'all be talking, there were people that I read that got whipped, beat, and killed for reading. I ain't gonna lie. But overall, do you honestly think they had enough crackers or enough people and enough time in the day to police every single Black person? It's impossible. Right now, if you look up your state's laws, not the country's laws, your specific state's laws, I'm pretty sure you got so many whacked the fuck out laws on the books. Whacked out laws. Oh, you can't walk and fucking eat ice cream at the same time after 7 p.m. on a Wednesday, or you'll go to jail. That was a real law that motherfuckers was passing. Who was about to enforce that bullshit? Who? Sound like a fucking owl. It was not rigidly enforced. In Annapolis, there were several Black depositors in the local bank, and one was a shareholder. They let one nigga in. Across the border in Pennsylvania, free Negro Robert Purvis, I know him well, was a large property holder in Barbary in 1845 and was also a, quote, member of the largest money corporation in the city of Philadelphia. It's almost like self-interest and what the fuck you want is going to supersede whatever these motherfucking suits are saying. If there's a white man who's like, yo, this Black man got money, I want him in here because I want proximity to his money, he's about to be a fucking shareholder. I don't give a fuck. George, James, Richard, whoever the fuck is upset, tuck your fucking pride. This Negro has money. He has money. He's going to be here. Where we at? William Goodrich, another Pennsylvanian residing at York, during the same period owned, quote, considerable interest in the Lancaster branch of the Baltimore Railroad. Shout out to Gilded Age. I hope y'all getting caught up. But if you don't know that George Russell owns a railroad by now, then you definitely not ready to have the discussion because it's coming up. It's coming up. Y'all know about George Russell. Okay. The total real and personal wealth of free Negroes on the eve of the war, right before the Civil War, may be placed conservatively at 50 million. Sammy, give us $50 million, please. The war broke out in what, 1863? So give us $50 million in 1863, please, for the chat. Give us 50 million. Now, this is everybody. This is all the free black Americans right before slavery is about to be abolished. 50 million. 50 million. Sammy says Russell, I think, represents Vanderbilt, but likely robber barons. Yeah, for sure. Robber barons as well. 50 million in 1863. I don't want to say shit else until Sam hits me with that number, because I know it's about to be fucking crazy. It's a good drink. Y'all ready for the number? Y'all ready for this fucking number? $50 million in 1863 will be worth $1.2 billion. $1,285,619,047.62. The ancestors hustled up $1 billion. $1 billion. Before slavery was abolished. Man, it's impossible. I'm sorry. It is impossible to leave my stream like this. Oh, man. The ancestors was getting their ass whipped. Oh, man. Slavery. Oh, man. Black coats. Oh, man. Jim Crow. Oh, man. Segregation. Oh, man. Redlining. Nigga, the ancestors hustled up $1 billion during slavery. Fucking nigga. Feel like Shannon Sharp, son. Like, anyway, for the South as a whole, their wealth amounted to about $25 million. So half of that. Half of that. This sum was matched by an equal amount in the North and West. Some consideration ought to be given to the considerable investment represented by the sums with which the Negroes had purchased their freedom. In 1860, there were about 500,000 free Negroes in the country. Right before slavery was over, 500,000. Okay? Some of these were freeborn, others were fugitive slaves, and still others have been manumitted by their masters. The number of those who had purchased their own freedom is unknown, but it is fair to assume that there were certainly about a fourth of the total. Assuming that 100,000 obtained their liberty through purchase, and assuming that an average of $100 was paid per person, or at least $10 million, $100 was paid per person, at least $10 million will be added to the total wealth owned. Another 10 million. Another 10 million. Of course, this type of investment is not the same as that represented by land and capital, but it should not be omitted because its peculiar form precluded its disposal in other ways. Man, I don't know what you niggas want. I don't know what you want from the ancestors. What more could you possibly ask for? What more inspiration? This is during slavery, people. We haven't gotten to the end of slavery yet. And we touched a B. This book was written in 1936, by the way. Damn near 100 years ago. Sources of wealth. Let's see how they was making their money. I know, listen, if you go and clutch your pearls at the ancestors owning slaves, I'm sorry. This ain't the channel for you. Don't feel no type of way about it. Sammy says 10 million in 1863 is worth $257,123,809, $809.52. Oh, for sure says they were getting to the bag. Facts. Man. Sammy says we are just over $1.5 billion before slavery was abolished. Show me any enslaved class of people where a very small percentage of their people are free. And those people were able to accumulate over $1 billion adjusted for inflation of wealth. I'll wait. I won't, but I'll wait. Show me anywhere in the world. So when I tell y'all 1865 to 1965 is a generational century run that only Black Americans could do. 100 years of pure, unadulterated, grade A Perico advancement. Pure, unfiltered, uncut. This is the rawest advancement you'll ever see. Now, I'm pretty sure in the ancient times, we're talking about Kemet or something like that, where these motherfuckers was like levitating fucking 12-ton blocks with sound vibrations and shit like that, then yeah. But as far as this type of stuff, show me a group. Show me a race of people hustling up $1 billion, over $1 billion within a century. We didn't even read nothing earlier than 1830 something. So from 1830 to 1860s, niggas hustled up $1 billion? And you want me to feel inadequate? You want me to walk around with my head hung low in shame that my ancestors were enslaved? Our enemies needed help from the government to compete with us. Please. In the North, the free Negroes were not employed in the skilled trades to the same extent that they were in the South, but they excelled in business undertakings. So boom, business up north, skills down south. And this is the reason why I wish the cultural clash between North and South didn't exist. Because if motherfuckers would have put their fucking heads together, man. And yes, I am. Mind your business. The following list of New York City concerns is indicative of the scope of the free Negroes' business activities in the North. Around 1840, free Negroes of New York City were publishing a newspaper, The Colored American, and operating 2 first-class restaurants in the downtown financial district, 6 boarding houses, a cleaning and dyeing establishment, 2 dry goods stores, a hairdressing establishment, 3 tailoring establishments, 2 coal yards, 4 pleasure gardens. What is that? Gotta Google that. What is a pleasure garden? Hold on. What does that mean? A pleasure garden is a public or private garden designed for recreation and entertainment, featuring attractions like music, food, walks, and sometimes amusement rides or zoos. Okay. Because pleasure garden sound a little bit. All right. Back to what we were saying. And, a confectionery and a fruit store. At this time, the free blacks of the Midwest were also developing small business. Shout out to the Midwest. River shipping afforded them excellent money-making opportunities. Many who became boat stewards made large sums for themselves by placing contracts for supplies and pocketing the discounts. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is 1840. This is now 25 years before the abolition of slavery and the ancestors being emancipated. And motherfuckers have like schemes, like not schemes as in scams, but they had strategy. Learning on the ground, like learning, hitting the ground running. You feel me? 1840. Oh, I'm able to sell it for this much and then be able to pocket the. Simple. Come on. Moreover, in passing from place to place along the river route, they had frequent opportunities to trade on their own account. In personal service enterprises, the free Negroes had practically no competition in the South, where their social position had long habituated them to the obsequiousness. Obsequiousness? Nah, we gonna learn a new word tonight. Obsequiousness and humility necessary for conducting this type of business. So, what they're saying here, white people couldn't be bothered. I'm not about to be doing no domestic service. Now, look at all of the domestic services industries in this country today that are making billions. Maid services, nannies, dog walkers, you name them. All of the domestic services. White people, nah, I ain't about to do that. Let the Negroes do it. Heard you. I got it. Don't even trip. And we're gonna charge a premium. You don't want to do it. You let us know that you don't want to do it, but you need it done. Imagine. I understand that you want this service done. You asked me to do something simple. Hey, Hotep, can you come clean my carpet, man? I live in a home. I want my carpet clean, but I don't want to clean that motherfucker. Do you know how much I'm going to charge you? It may seem ridiculous to the outside world, but between me and you in this transaction, it's worth more. His carpet being clean is worth more than the money he's giving it to me for. That's how commerce works. When you buy something for $1, $100, or $1 million, you are saying that good or service is worth more or equal to or more than the money you spend. So when you go into a store and you spend $1 for, I don't know, a bag of chips, you are telling me the satisfaction that you're going to get from those chips are either worth more or equal to the dollar that you're spending to get it. So if you want your motherfucking carpet clean, if you want your baby looked after for the next however many hours, you are telling me that result of me cleaning your carpet, cleaning your crib, taking care of your kids, or whatever the fuck it is worth more than the money that you're about to give me for it. And I control the price because none of your white counterparts want to do it, no matter how much you spend. They could not be bothered. You feel me? The personal service enterprises. I like how he put that. Personal service. The Negroes had practically no competition. There was no white people that was trying to do these jobs. But these jobs needed to get done, so I get to charge a premium. None of y'all want to do it, but all of y'all wanted to get it done. I get to punch my own ticket. I get to charge whatever the fuck I want. You don't want to do it. No matter how much I charge, you're going to pay it because you don't want to do it. Come on. The ancestors was always up here with it. Y'all worried about racism. Y'all worried about the pimping. The ancestors was looking these people dead in their eyes, and the people was like, yo, Please do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to clean this big ass house. I don't want to look after these badass kids. Please do it for me and I will pay you. And the answer is like, goddamn right, you're going to pay me, and you're going to pay me handsomely. No competition. This book was written in 1936. Come on. And the fact that white persons tended to avoid enterprises of this character. I didn't even read this. And the fact that white persons tended to avoid enterprises of this character because of their servile status gave the free Negroes an advantage in this sphere. See, this is what I'm talking about. When the eggheads and the bookworms was like, oh no, we need to read a bunch of fucking books from Europe. Oh no, we need to fucking make money with our minds and not our hands. Oh no, menial labor. We shouldn't be doing this menial labor. Nigga, it's an open market. It's an open lane. We get to charge these people whatever the fuck we want, bro. They don't want to do it. They don't want to clean. I don't pay anybody to clean my crib. I clean my crib. And if I told somebody, but I do have maintenance. Right? Call up maintenance and say, hey, it's just fucked up in the garage or whatever it is. They coming through, right? Now, of course, my rent is what it is, so that shit's all packed in, right? Pause. But if I had to pay per time I requested the maintenance, simply because off the virtue of me not wanting to do the job that I asked them to do, they get to charge me whatever. I know somebody who hires somebody to walk their dog for them. That dog walker gets to charge whatever the fuck they want because you don't want to walk them. You don't, or you can't walk them, or whatever it is. As far as I know, you're not able to walk the dog. I'm able to walk the dog. So guess what? You're going to pay a premium. It's free if you did it. $0 you pay. You spend some time, okay, but you don't spend any money. So, in exchange for your time, which you believe is more valuable than your money, which it is, I'm going to charge you a nice amount of money because your time is more valuable than the money. That hour that you get to yourself to do other things, to be more productive, I'm going to charge you for that. So, yeah, it's going to be $150 for the hour. Yep. An hour of my time of walking your dog is going to cost you about $150. You get to keep your hour. You don't have to pick up the shit. You don't have to do any of that. I'll walk your dog, give him a good workout, give you for an hour, walk him back to the crib, give him to you. You ain't got to worry about shit. You ain't got to worry about, picking up nothing. You don't got to take that hour out of your life. I got it. But you are going to pay me a premium. The ancestors looked around and was like, yo, no white people want to do this shit? Man, let's get back to it. Hence, personal service occupations were open freely to black enterprises and constituted a source of considerable income. Their success in these lines have been looked upon as a shrewd capitalization of social prescription. Capitalizing on the capitalizing on y'all's bigotry. This is menial work to you. Despite you coming from the slums of England, okay? Despite you coming from the slums of Europe, okay? You come over here and be like, I can't be bothered. I don't want to clean up my house. I don't want to wash the dishes. I don't want to do none of that shit. Let the Negroes do it. Whatever they want. I don't care. Because I get to go on about my life while they clean for me. And the whole time the ancestors was like, shit. Shit. I wish I would pay a motherfucker to do what I'm doing. I wouldn't ever. I couldn't think about doing some shit like, this woman is paying me to wash her dishes. Whatever. Whatever. This bitch is paying me to clean her carpet. Whatever. I wouldn't ever pay nobody to do this shit, but whatever. Like, come on, man. Let's check the chat, man. Let's check the chat. Let's see. Let's go all up. Crystal says, I was a little scared of what was going to pop up when you looked up Pleasure Gardens. Oh, listen, man. Listen. I know sometimes my energy a little bit too good to be true and shit, but no, there's no porn over here, beloveds. There's no degeneracy. No degeneracy over here. The worst I'll do is get a little tipsy on stream. That's it. I hit the spliff on the last stream. That was it, man. I don't get into none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't gotta worry about that. Pleasure Garden, unless they was gonna be one of those little sex toy stores or whatever, we ain't gotta worry about that. But yeah, you know how Google is. As long as you keep it above board with your search history, they're gonna keep it above board with you. So nah, we good. No worries. Sammy says, this is why Booker's letter to Chicago's National Negro Business League was bragging on how everyone had a car in every driveway and chandeliers in the foyers of everyone's home. Sammy says, gots to have acres in order to have the luxury of a pleasure garden. Willie Will, shout out to Willie Will. This is even true by today's standard in a lot of ways. Cliff says, banking off the bigotry. That's a fact. I don't care about how you feel about me. As long as you don't violate me while I'm doing my job, you can feel how you want. I'm going to walk in this bitch, clean your dirty ass house, walk out richer. You can, that's nigger work or that's Negro work. Whatever. Fine. Not my problem. Don't care. Sammy says gig economy was humming. That's a fact. Rashad better not have ran away. He asked me when America was great. And this is all before the time that I said. Because I wanted to be objective. I wanted to be fair. I didn't even want to say anything before 1865. But look at what the ancestors was doing before 1865. Let's get back to it, y'all. Let's get back to it because we do got other sources. It seems like we're not going to get to them. It seems like we're not even going to get to them. This book is good. All right. A second important advantage offered by personal service was the small amount of capital required to begin business. Come on. The barbering business is an example of the peculiar hold which Negroes had upon personal service. Those who were skilled with the scissors were generally successful and well liked. Through their contacts with the leading citizens, they had the opportunity of learning the ways and habits of the white aristocracy and of making friends with the influential whites. Y'all remember Lunsford Lane, the enslaved entrepreneur. He didn't sell his tobacco. He was a slave, by the way, in bondage. He would pay the mistress of the plantation, hey, mistress, how much is it for my day's work? $25, Lunsford. He would go act like he wanted to go work for somebody and shit, come back with his own $25 because he'd been stacking bread, give her the $25. She would be like, you got $25 up pretty fast, Lunsford, but fine. You can go for the day. Because she got her money. And then he would go in front of the North Carolina legislature. Not where the poor whites were, not where the middle income poor whites were. He went to the state legislature and sold to those rich ass white men. Got to it. I ain't about to waste my time with a bunch of poor whites. I ain't about to waste my time with no middle income. No, we going to the niggas who make the laws. Y'all smoke tobacco, right? Yeah, I got the best tobacco in the state. And I have a pipe, to sell you along with the tobacco because this type of tobacco is special tobacco. This magic tobacco. And you can only smoke this magic tobacco through the pipes that I sell. This is what I'm talking about. This is how shrewd the ancestors were when it came down to the business. You feel me? So when it came down to barbering, I told you, they definitely didn't want to cut their own hair. We don't see the proliferation of white barbers, white American barbers, until well after Black Americans have cornered the market. And now they're jealous. Everybody went to a black barber because that was looked at as this menial work. Now look at the contract. Look at all of the things that the ancestors or ancestral white Americans looked at as menial labor. All of those industries are making billions upon billions of dollars every year in 2025. Carpentry, construction, contracting, barbering, hairstyling, cleaning, all of these different industries. All of these different industries that they was deemed like, no, I'm good. Y'all got it. I don't want to cut nobody hair. I ain't trying to style nobody hair. I ain't about to stand up while I'm doing this woman's hair all day. What I look like. They look down on all these professions, and now 100 years later, 200 years later, these are some of the most highest paying industries to be in. Man. The leading barber of Natchez, Mississippi in the decade prior to the Civil War was a free black named McCary. Now, we learned about the black barber of Natchez. The black barber of Natchez had a slave. Remember him? The drunk slave. Okay? John Good of New Bern, North Carolina, supported the daughters of his deceased master comfortably until they were married upon the proceeds of his barbering business. Nasty. What are you doing, John? You marrying your master's daughters? I guess that was like the ultimate get back, I guess that was like the ultimate get back. But he took care of them with his barbering money. Because of his faithfulness, he was liberated. Reuben West, a free Negro barber of Richmond, Virginia, earned several $1,000s at the trade. Several thousand. He ran 4 chairs in his shop on Main Street, employing a free mulatto and 2 slave assistants. In fact, there was hardly a town in the Old South that did not look to the colored man for its barbering. We are not doing this. This is a black job. You remember when everybody got all offended when Trump said the illegal immigrants are taking the black jobs, and they was like, what's a black job? Or smug and shit like that? Barbering, bitch. That's a black job. Nobody else could be bothered. Everybody want a haircut, but nobody want to be bothered to cut hair. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that indicative of today? Everybody want to eat, but nobody want to cook. DoorDash gets to make billions in the meantime. You don't want to cook, but you hungry. So you going to hit DoorDash up and pay DoorDash the premium. Ain't that what happened? Do y'all not see how all of this shit still transpires in 2025 and beyond? I don't want to do it. I have the skill to do it. I don't want to do it. I want to pay somebody else. And if you're paying somebody else, you got to pay a premium. But it's okay because you know that the time that you don't have to worry about doing that shit is worth more than the money you spent for them to do it for you. That's commerce, ladies and gentlemen. Supply and demand, ladies and gentlemen. So wow, you see people going dead broke off of their DoorDash habits. Robbing Peter to pay Paul to pay bills and all this other shit, but they racking up $500, $600 a month on DoorDash. That's the choice that they made. Me spending 30, 45, an hour 30, hour 45 in the kitchen to make my meal, okay, it's worth less than me spending 20, 30, 40, 50 additional dollars to be able to have somebody else make that money, make that food and then deliver it to me. And all I got to do is eat the bitch. That's it. Fair trade, no robbery. Fair exchange, no robbery. And the ancestors was like, bet. If DoorDash and all that shit existed back then, I promise you, your ancestors would have been predominantly the ones door dashing. If DoorDash existed in 1820, 1830, 1840, 1850, it wouldn't be white people doing that shit. It'd be a bunch of black Americans on wagons and bikes and all types of shit delivering food. Shit, these motherfuckers don't want to cook. My granny cook every goddamn Sunday. My wife cook every night. I ain't about to pay nobody to fucking make food and then deliver it to me. But these white people, these lazy people, they willing to pay a pretty penny for that shit. Come on now. The livery stable business afforded the free Negro another source of profit. In many southern cities, the Negro liveryman supplied the fashionable and wealthy whites with saddle horses and carriages. Again, they not even worried about no poor white people. If you can't afford my service, my nigga, why am I talking to you? I'm only going for the wealthy whites. I'm only serving the wealthy whites and my people. Any of my people lazy enough to pay me? Like, what are you doing, black man? Like, I understand. It wasn't until black Americans was making more money for themselves, where, again, time versus money, right? Time versus money. I got a little bit more money, so I can, I could take a little bit, exchange it for some time. I go to my uncle, I go to my brother, and I support his barbershop. But before then, that nigga was shaving at the crib. I ain't got time. Listen. The chat talking to each other. Let's see. Crystal says, "Oh, for sure. Wait till you learn about the ancestors' bodies. How the ancestors' bodies, or how the ancestors bodied the funeral industry." Oh, for sure says, "That's a good industry too. If I wasn't so scary, I'd be over there making money." I'm trying to tell you. You find something that nobody want to touch or do and charge a motherfucker for doing it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You hear me? Let's see. In the District of Columbia, D.C., William Wormley kept one of the largest stables of riding and driving horses in the South. Wormley amassed considerable wealth from the business. In the snow riot of 1834, he was so persistently persecuted that he became hopelessly dejected and within a few years died, virtually a pauper. Damn. Robert Clark of Petersburg, Virginia, also kept horses and carriages for hire. He had been formerly employed as a slave in a hotel in that city. With the tips that he collected, he purchased his freedom and then commenced to raise hogs. How many of y'all have the grit to stack up tips to buy your own freedom? Tips. By this means, he got together sufficient money to start a livery stable. In 1860, his stock was worth $9,000. Albert Brooks was engaged in a similar undertaking in Richmond about the same time. Buying his liberty for $800, about 1850, that's the year around there, Brooks established a well-appointed livery stable, which he operated for almost a decade. Northern Negroes were also engaged in this type of business. Harry Knight of Chicago conducted the largest stable in that city, according to a report of 1852. We have yet to free any Negroes yet. They have not opened up the floodgates. Still. And in Cincinnati, a few years earlier, Robert Harlan made a fortune dealing in racehorses. The free Negroes derived considerable income from the tailoring and clothing business. In 1852, it was reported that Mr. Cordoval, a free Negro of New Orleans, was the leading mercer and tailor of that city, and that the styles created by him were the vogue among the white elite. Did you hear what the fuck I just said? The white people who were supposed to be the most fashionable, the most fly, and all of that other shit, a nigga was behind it. A black man was behind what rich white people, elite white people deemed high fashion. What was his name? Mr. Cordoval. They going to him. How you think this look, Cordoval? Like, you think this gonna kill him at the ball? You know what I'm saying? You think this shit gonna be fire? Cordoval like, hell yeah. He over there doing the measurements and shit like that. And like, nah, James, you smoking that shit. I like that. Hold on, give me a 360. You smoking that shit, Elizabeth. You smoking that shit. He is the reason why they feeling comfortable and confident about their swag. A black man. A black man in New Orleans, a free nigga in New Orleans, is giving them all the drip, all the swag, all the style. Not just being the trendsetter. No, they paid me for this. So when I told y'all that all of this work, because remember, this is during slavery. During slavery. White men want to, after slavery is over, now he want to overcompensate. Now he want to be a barber and be a tailor and be a, fine, that's cool. But before emancipation, this was a black man's job. So when I said on the plantation, I told you about that 5-star treatment. You living in that mansion, you eating the best foods, you wearing the best clothes, you living the best life. All of this is afforded to you by black Americans. And here we go. Mr. Cordoval is the reason why white elite in New Orleans were fresh, were debonair. He's the reason. And y'all want me to be insecure because racism exists? Y'all have no idea, man. Let's check the chat. Oh, for sure says, I buy BS with my tips. I don't think I would have had the discipline. Sammy says freedom cost a man $800 in 1850, which was worth $33,228.31 today. We got compliments of complaints, of $30,000 to $50,000 student loan debt. You see what I'm talking about? See, when I be trying to tell people that you just couldn't be some regular degular motherfucker with a slave. Slaves cost. I tell y'all all the time, between what? 20 and 40 grand. That's right in between. 33,000. These people could not be bothered. What the fuck did I buy a slave for to be work? If I have a slave, gang, I'm not working. I'm not. I'm about to get all of my money's worth out of this nigga. You shitting me? I'm not lifting a finger. This nigga gonna dress me. He gonna bathe me. Oh, yes, bathe me. Pause. He gonna make my clothes and dress me. He gonna feed me. He gonna everything. I'm not buying shit. I'm not doing shit. That's how they looked at it. The fuck am I going to make my own clothes for when I have a nigga? I bought a nigga. This is a human. They're gonna do all of the things that I asked them to do. This shit is so crazy. But Sam's point is very, very accurate. I be trying to tell y'all, the ancestors had none of that. None of these creature comforts. You had to go out of your way to be a bum back then. You wanted to be a drunk back then? You know, yo, son, you had to go out of your way. First of all of society is expecting you to work. Black and white. What is this Negro doing without a job? White and black people said that shit. Where the fuck are you going? What are you doing? Why are you not fucking working, nigga? What are you doing? How you just walking about drinking? Where did you even get the money to get this alcohol from? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Dead ass. Shit is crazy, son. In New Bern, North Carolina, Albert and Freeman Morris were, quote, thoroughly respected tailors, and fellow Bragg was, quote, so good a workman that prominent people were known to move their custom to the shops where he was employed in order that he might work on it. So no matter where he went, oh, he working at that shop now? We taking our shits there. I remember I did that with my barber in Philly. He was on Erie Ave. You feel me? When I first met him and got in tune with him, and about 3 to 6 months, like I can't really remember. 3 to 6 months later, he like, yo, I'm at another shop. I followed that nigga right. I mean, it was right on the same block. It was down the street, but I followed him there. When you get a good barber, you stick to that motherfucker. You already know, fellas. Yo, I'm down the street now. Bet. I'll be there. See you Sunday. And he was open on Sundays. So I get my hair cut on Sunday, fresh to death going into the week. Every Sunday I'm there. I don't want to cut my own hair, Pop. You do it. How much you charge? 30 plus tip? Got you. Every Sunday, I got you. I'm never going to cut this shit myself. Never. I got you. You hear me? So wherever, what was his name? Fellow Bragg. You feel me? Wherever he at, we going to wherever the fuck he at. Okay? The increasing hostility of pro-slavery forces after 1834 drove many such enterprising men from the South. It is not possible to tell to what extent they reestablished themselves in business in the free states, but Henry Top came to be the leading tailor in Albany, New York, and for many years prior to 1851, Robert Banks occupied the front rank as a tailor and clothes dealer in Detroit, Michigan. In the same city, Abner H. Francis and James Garrett conducted a clothing store with a gross turnover of $60,000 annually. Do y'all not hear these numbers? What? And they ended up failing in 1849. So let's give them 1848, Sammy. 1848. How much is 60,000 in 1848? They was making that every year. Cliff says, wondering if Mr. Cordoval invented corduroy fabric. I doubt it. We can, while Sammy is looking up those numbers, we can, how the fuck you spell corduroy? There's a textile distinctly raised cord of well texture. Let's go to the history of corduroy. A common false etymology holds the word corduroy derives from the French phrase blah, blah, blah. The word corduroy is from cord or deroy, which was a coarse woolen cloth made in England in the 18th century. That's to be 1700s. So the 1700s in England. But I wouldn't be surprised if a nigga was involved. Okay. So what we got? Sammy says 60,000 in 1848 is worth $2.4 million. They made that every year. Yeah. Rashad, I told y'all, Rashad gonna be Hotep by the top of the year. Y'all ain't gotta worry about it. We gonna shake all of that shit out of him because he need to read these books. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. A few years later, A.V. Thompson of Cincinnati had a store on Broadway completely equipped with a large assortment of choice fabrics. In no skill or trade was the reputation of Negroes more secure than in that of cooking. Let's talk about it, because I knew the cooking was coming up. They ran popular eating and drinking resorts, sometimes catering to the leading white citizens. Now, we had a whole episode on caterers and restaurateurs, right? The first oyster and ale house in Providence, Rhode Island was established in the middle of the 18th century by an emancipated slave named Emmanuel who in 1769 left an estate valued at 539 pounds and 10 shillings. Okay? This says the first oyster and ale house in Providence. The first. Not the second, not one of the first. The first. Niggas in Providence were not eating oysters or drinking ale in an establishment before the black man Emmanuel came through on the scene. And he died 1769. He died in 1769. Emmanuel was the forerunner of the large number of black saloon keepers, restaurant owners, and caterers who followed in the next century. Shortly after 1800, you already know, Oyster King Thomas Downing opened an eating house near Wall Street in New York. Again, if we gonna be dealing with the whites, I don't want to deal with no poor whites. I don't want my clientele to be made up of a bunch of poor white people. I'm sorry. They're the ones who have the most animus towards me. They're trying to compete with me economically. They have all of the vitriol against me because these poor white people that I serve keep trying to tell him that I'm the reason why he's not rich while they're paying me. Imagine that. The rich white man is paying me because I'm barbering, okay? I'm making his clothes, I'm making his food, I'm doing all of this shit. So he's paying me for my services, fair exchange, no robbery. But then, instead of telling you, hey, the black man better than you at these jobs, he tells you, oh, the only reason why you are in the position that you're in is because the black man is in your way. You the one paying me. Why you ain't paying the white man? Because the white man don't cut hair as good as me. The white man don't cook as good as me. The white man don't do what I do. And that's why you don't pay the poor white man. That's the reason why the KKK was created. That's the reason why poor white people in the South after the Civil War were eating dirt. Not every white person was eating dirt, but poor white people after the war were eating dirt pies. Not the ancestors. Thomas Downing, he opened up an eating house near Wall Street. I need to be with the movers and shakers of New York. If I'm going to be shucking motherfucking oysters for niggas, I need to be shucking that shit for white motherfuckers who are moving and shaking in this world's economy. And to this day, New York City, Wall Street, and all of that shit is prime real estate to open up a business because all of the trader bros, all of the Wall Street guys on lunch breaks and after the market closes are about to be going to the bars, going to the restaurants, going to the establishments and spending hella bread and leaving great tips. It's all strategy. Thomas Downing started on the street with a cart, selling oysters on the street. But I'm not about to post up where poor white people are, or poor black people for that matter. I'm going to where the rich people are, just like Lunsford Lane did. I'm going to sell my tobacco outside of the North Carolina legislature. All of them lawmakers got money. I don't ever have to worry about these motherfuckers being like, oh, I'm short until payday. You are a lawmaker, sir. You work on Wall Street, sir. Give me my fucking coin. Period. Here he remained for nearly 30 years, serving a clientele composed of leading members of New York City's professional and commercial classes, leaders in nearby Church Street. George Bell and George Alexander conducted a similar business, and Austin Stewart was the proprietor of a popular saloon in the same neighborhood. In Philadelphia, Prosser and Minton, a number of other caterers patronized by the leading citizens in the early part of the 19th century. They organized personal service into a business and enjoyed a monopoly of the banquets and special parties of the wealthy whites. A monopoly. So if you would have asked these niggas, when was America great? Nigga, right now. I got a monopoly on serving these crackers food. They don't want to buy food from nobody else but us. What is there to be feel inferior about? Because I didn't go to Yale or I didn't go to Harvard. All of those Yale and Harvard graduates who come on over to New York City, who come on over to Philadelphia, they are compelled to come to my restaurant. We have yet to abolish slavery. This is all while slavery is happening, chat. This is during slavery. This is not after emancipation. We have yet to see a date that goes after 1865. I think the closest we've gotten is 1851, 1854. All of these dates predate the ending of slavery. Come on, gang. Let's see. The first man to advocate the organization of domestic service into business was Robert Bogle of Philadelphia. Early in the 19th century. So we talking about 1810s, 1820s, I guess. He opened a coffee house on 8th Street near Sampson. Bogle was succeeded by Peter Augustine in 1818. So if he was preceded in 1818, we talking about, again, in the first decade of the 1800s. Augustine's reputation for courtesy and efficiency spread throughout the country. No entertainment in Philadelphia was socially correct if he did not serve it. Nobody wants to go to your fucking party if it's not being catered by Peter. Who's doing the food? Who is catering the event? If them motherfuckers didn't hear Peter Augustine, I'm not going. I want Peter's food. If you're not going to have Peter Augustine's catering at the event, count me out, nigga. The process followed Augustine. Then finally came Jones, Dorsey, and Minton. These men served the exclusive circles of Pennsylvania society from about 1845 to 1875. Finally, we've gotten to the abolition of slavery and the emancipation of the ancestors, 1875. Finally, each of them was outstanding in the business and each accumulated considerable wealth. Alehouses run by blacks often came under the ban because of the disorder which accompanied them and because of their harmful influence over slaves. Heard you. A case which illustrates the general community sentiment toward this type of business is that of Jacob Sampson, a free mulatto of Goochland County. Good to go Goochland again, Crystal. Jesus. Nasty name. In 1844, Sampson was interrupted in the conduct of his business of innkeeping, in which he had been established for many years. His license was summarily revoked without explanation, and no part of his license fee was returned. As there was no law specifically barring Negroes from this enterprise, it is likely that unfavorable public sentiment caused this action. However, saloon keeping as an avenue of business was not completely closed to free Negroes, even in the South. The proprietor of one of New Orleans' most exclusive taverns was a free colored woman, and you know she wasn't going for it. She wasn't going for it. She wasn't having none of that shit. She was not going. You do some bullshit inside of my fucking bar, it's about to be up for you. One of the finest hotels in Charleston, South Carolina was operated profitably for many years by a free Negro, Jehu Jones. I actually learned about Jehu Jones. His peoples had slaves. And one of Georgia's wealthiest saloon keepers was a free colored man. Another important source of income was farming. Come on. You see how it's all coming together? Because we did caterers and restaurateurs, we did architects, and then we also did agriculture. So now we about to get into how much money agriculture made the ancestors. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, chat. We got to do a part 2 for this. We might do a part 2 over the weekend or something. Make sure you subscribe to the Patreon. Because we didn't get to no other tab. Tracts of land held by blacks vary from small plots to large plantations. Truck gardens located on fertile plots close to the city markets and requiring comparatively small capital were perhaps the most numerous. In 1824 and in 1831, there were 18 black hucksters in Baltimore. In 1834, there were 13. In 1850, 20. And in 1860, 41. It seems that much of the trading near railroad stations and boat terminals was done by free Negroes because they understood. Do y'all not see how location was extremely important to the ancestral Black American entrepreneurs? Just owning a business was not enough. You need to position your business in a place that's going to be actually advantageous for your business. That's what it was about. So when it comes to this, and I have all of this land, and I have all of this shit that I'm growing and shit like that, let me set it up near boat and train terminals. Or boat terminals and railroad stations. Mad traffic. People coming and going. And when they coming and going, you seen how airports charge. You can't get a reasonably priced anything in a fucking airport. When I went to D.C. and I'm at Union Station, these motherfuckers was charging me $50 for just the cord to charge my phone. Just the cord. $50 for a charger. But if your phone is dying, and you in a train station, and you know ain't nobody about to give you a charger, what you gonna do? Now, I was smart. I went to the Walgreens in Union Station and got a cheaper charger. But still, what are you gonna do? If you go to Hudson News in the airport, and they like, yeah, it's $4, $5, $6 for this water, it's $3 for this bag of chips, it's $7 for this bag of candy, it's $8 for this magazine, nigga, and you want to read, eat, and drink, motherfucker, that's what you about to pay. Where you about to go? You about to leave the airport to go shopping? You about to leave the train station to go get whatever the fuck you getting? You about to leave the boat terminal? No, you about to fucking pay whatever I charge you. They been understood that location. And based upon the location, I can charge you the premium. Exactly, Sammy. Sammy says you got no other options. Where you about to go? You got a train to catch in 30 minutes. Where you about to go buy these things? You got a plane to catch. The airport is 30 minutes away from anything. So you about to take an Uber or drive 30 minutes. Let's just say you got an hour before your plane starts to board. And you want to get whatever the fuck you want to get, but you don't want to pay airport prices. You about to risk taking a ride from the airport, going to wherever the place where it's cheaper, and getting an Uber and making it back to the airport, checking in through TSA and all of that shit, and then make it back to your gate before they start boarding? Or you're just going to spend the money, man. Yo, the ancestors, man, they thought of everything. Olmsted. Okay, Olmsted relates his frequent purchases of cakes and lunches from these vendors on his travels throughout the South. So you want some cake? I know you hungry, nigga. You've been traveling all day. I know you hungry. I got some lunch here for you. I got some dessert. Come on through. The large colored planter class lived in Louisiana. They were, of course, the wealthiest black agriculturalists. They were descendants largely of old Spanish and French masters and their slaves. They owned some of the richest land along the Red and Cane rivers. Their large sugar and cotton plantations were well stocked, and their dwellings were comfortable and sometimes luxurious. Cyprian recalled, one of the wealthiest Negroes in the United States lived in this vicinity. Colored men of the North and West were also included among the Negro landholders. In the decade of the 50s, Robert Purvis owned a first-rate farm in Philly. Well stocked with an excellent breed of English cattle. About the same time, Joseph Purvis of Bucks County was investing $10,000 a year in stock breeding. He raised Godolphin horses, Durham cattle, Lancashire sheep, Berkshire swan, and English bull terriers. This nigga was raising pit bulls. This nigga had a pit bull kennel. Oh my God. In Ohio, Michigan, in Indiana, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Illinois, the Midwest, where many fugitive slaves, as well as those who were legally freed, had settled, the Negroes took up farming in the capacity of proprietors, as well as in that of tenants and hired hands. They often encountered difficulty as homesteaders on public lands and were unwelcome in white neighborhoods. Shocker. The question of what to do with the Negro settler was discussed time and again in the local welfare movements and anti-slavery conventions of Ohio between 1836 and 1860. Plans were advanced for settling them on segregated farming communities in certain parts of the state. One of the largest estates owned by Negroes in this region belonged to Dr. C.H. Langston, a dentist of Columbus. In 1852, he owned an 1,100-acre farm in Jackson County near the southern border of the state. On it resided a white tenant. This nigga had white slaves. Come on. Let's wake it up. Black man with white slaves. Come on. Come on. You can call him a tenant all you want. The real estate operations of free Negroes are somewhat obscure. Henry M. Collins of Pittsburgh affords the rare example of a Negro whose operations place him in the class of the professional real estate broker. Collins began life as a steamboat hand. When he was 40 years of age, he invested his savings of $150 in land in the 6th Ward of Pittsburgh. By quick sales and the reinvestment of his earnings, of course, they always going to reinvest the bread, he enlarged his holdings. His rise was rapid, and he soon gained the confidence of the businessmen of the city, with the result that credit was extended to him through the banks. He then undertook to build fine homes and to develop exclusive land sites for the wealthy residents of the city. Okay, the Iron Chest Company of Cincinnati is an outstanding example of corporate enterprise in the real estate field. This firm constructed 3 brick buildings in that city, which it rented to white persons. There were other land companies in the West. Perhaps the majority of them arose to meet characteristic racial needs, those of selecting congenial neighborhoods and creating employment. There's record of a similar association which was organized in Michigan in 1850. You feel me? Merchandising and those commercial undertakings that require skillful bargaining, accounting, and considerable capital were, of course, the least common types of business enterprises among the free Negroes. That's cool. I'm not mad at that. It's a little bit more painstaking. It's a little bit more intricate. But we coming for all of the easy shit. We picking up all of the easy bread. All of that shit y'all don't want to do, fine. But when it comes down to some of the more other things, like we don't get into the haggling, we don't work in finance just yet. We just serve the finance class. So we may not be on Wall Street as far as financiers, you feel me? But we gonna serve them motherfuckers. We may not have a bunch of banks established just yet. You know, insurance companies, savings and loans. We didn't get into that part yet. I'll admit we didn't get into law yet. We dabbling in medicine, in dentistry. You feel me? But let us get there. Slavery is still going on, by the way. Come on, give us some time. We got to get to it. It's here to make money. So I'm not mad that they didn't get into certain things just yet. It's 1850, gang. It's 15 years before slavery was abolished. I'm fine with that. Let's see. But even when these technical economic requisites were satisfied, there were other difficulties to be surmounted, for sure. One of these was the attitude of the white community. The career of Lunsford Lane. Come on. I didn't learn about Lunsford Lane from this book, but more corroboration. Every episode every episode, Hotep Dubes is going to be corroborated with because he don't talk out his ass. Abraham Lincoln Harris talks about Lunsford Lane in 1936. I talked about him in 2024. Come on. Give me my flowers, nigga. I don't give a fuck. I brought Lunsford Lane to the timeline. Wasn't nobody talking about Lunsford Lane? The only two people I know on earth talking about Lunsford Lane is Hotep Dubes and Abraham Lincoln Harris. Let's go. The career of Lunsford Lane is a good illustration of this. Let's see if I lied on him, right? Lunsford Lane was the house servant of Sherwood Haywood, a prominent citizen of Raleigh, North Carolina. I said he was from Raleigh, right? Lane purchased practically all of the food that the household required. Often he secured bargains on his own account when goods were exceptionally cheap, and these he resold later at a profit to himself. I said his father gave him a basket of peaches in the video. His father gave him a basket of peaches. And yo, sell these peaches and you keep the profit. So obviously, this is what precipitated his father being able to give him the peaches, because he secured bargains on his own account when goods were exceptionally cheap. And then he resold later at a profit to himself. So you buy the plantation's peaches. It's a discount on them shits this month or this season. So cop them at the price that you would normally cop them, and then keep the surplus so you can sell at the regular retail price. His ability as a waiter became known throughout the city, and he was frequently called upon to attend evening parties. He was paid well for these services. Another source of income was the tips given him by his master's guests. I said that in the video. His owner's friend gave him $1. Another person gave him $1. Right? He got bit by the bug. During his free hours, he ran errands for the merchants of the city and did general cleaning around the stores. When the legislature was in session, he earned small sums by performing menial services for the delegates. Didn't I just say that in this stream? His first business venture was that of furnishing the members of the legislature with smoking. I don't be lying. I don't be lying. Listen. I don't have to lie on the ancestors ever. I just told y'all 10 minutes ago that Lunsford Lane was selling tobacco to members of the state legislature, and then here come a primary source in 1936 telling you niggas that's exactly what the fuck he did. Come on now. His father had taught him a process of preparing tobacco in a way that made it unusually pleasant. And he sold large quantities of the product at 15 cents a quarter of a pound. Later, he made pipes. Didn't I say that? In order to have more time for these operations, Lane hired his time from his master at a rental of from $100 to $120 a year. I said all of this. Man. Yo, cheers to the ancestors, man. What page we on? Man? Within 8 years, he was selling tobacco throughout the state and had accumulated a surplus of $1,000 over the rental which he paid his master. With this money, he purchased his freedom. But the papers could not be recorded in Raleigh since it was against the state law for a slave to gain freedom by any other means than meritorious service. He therefore made a trip to New York in company with his master's agent and negotiated the transaction there. Upon returning to Raleigh, Lane converted his business into a general merchandise store and also opened a wood yard. His patrons included the leading citizens. In 1839, He bought a house and a lot for $500 and agreed to pay $2,500 for the freedom of his wife and 6 children. During this time, Lane was exceptional in his public conduct, trying at all times to retain the friendship of the slave owners. His steady progress, however, did not go unnoticed. Sentiment began to grow against him. Finally, a group composed of, quote, poor whites, of course, and the younger sons of slave owners rose up demanding his expulsion from the state. Get this nigga the fuck out of here. He's making all of us look bad. I don't like that this Negro is richer than us. Heard you. In consequence, Lane, who had been legally freed in New York, was expelled from the state on the basis of a statute that forbade free blacks from other states to take up residence in North Carolina. Lane then went to Philly and finally to New York, where he was engaged to lecture on Southern slavery. In 1842, he requested the written permission of the governor of North Carolina to allow him to return to that state for the final settlement of his accounts. I need to get my bread. I need to make sure my money is straight. Fuck all of that other shit. The governor was powerless to grant this request, but advised Lane to come on anyway on the chance that he would not be molested. Shortly after arriving, Lane was arrested on a charge of making abolitionist speeches in Massachusetts, which is fucking crazy. The case was dismissed by the mayor. Leave him alone. In spite of the precautions of the police, he was seized by a mob at nightfall, tarred and feathered, and driven from the state. They was mad at him. Upon returning north, he attempted to recoup his business losses by placing upon a market a proprietary herb medicine, which he called Dr. Lane's vegetable pills. But this, as well as his real estate investments, turned out poorly. Man, listen, y'all. That's it for me tonight. I ain't gonna hold y'all. I'm going to put this book in the description, as always. But, yeah, man. We didn't even get to the cons. I was going to talk about how, Abraham Lincoln Harris, he was critiquing the black banks and how the black banks is not handling business correctly. And, and I had all these different tabs up. But between the intro, Rashad, this book, how many pages of this book did we read? 15 pages we read. I'm done. I done yelled for 5 hours straight. I'm tired. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm tired. I hope y'all, learned something. I hope you guys, appreciated the stream. Let's see how many people came through tonight. Because I know it's Friday night, and I know it's Halloween at that. Let's see how many people came through. Oh, 111. Okay. Had at least 100 people in the chat and on Twitter. Shout out to y'all. Thank y'all for coming through, man. Thank y'all for coming through, sticking with the story, sticking with me. Shout out to Rashad for calling in. Y'all need to stop being so lily-livered. Y'all need to stop being so lily-livered and call into the show. You feel me? Okay. I know that nigga Rashad probably full and drunk somewhere because he was eating Chipotle and drinking. Terrible combination. I know that nigga stomach about to be bubbling. Oh man, but I'm yeah. That's it for the night, man. That's it for me. I appreciate y'all coming through. We will cover all of these different tabs. Don't worry. Okay. Look, bookmark all tabs. Y'all can't see it, but let's go. Episode was 53. Part 2. That's what we're going to save it as. Is there a space tomorrow? There is. There is a space tomorrow. We're just gonna be having a nice little powwow. I don't have a specific topic that we're gonna be talking about tomorrow. It's just gonna be a bunch of historical hot takes like we do. You know what? Episode 9 of Hotep History Podcast is When Was America Ever Great for Black Americans? That's going to be a great topic. When was Black America ever great? Excuse me, when was America ever great for Black people? That's going to be the topic tomorrow. That's going to be the topic tomorrow. We're going to sprinkle in some other shit in there, but that's what we're going to be talking about. I will see you guys at anywhere between 2 or 3 o'clock p.m. Okay? And yeah. When is the golden age? God damn, Crystal. The Gilded Age convo is not happening until November. I gave everybody until November 3rd. Remember, I told y'all got until November 3rd. And then we'll talk about it. So y'all got until November 3rd. So make sure that y'all are all caught up, because I'm not giving no spoiler alerts. I don't know how to do that. I don't know what you've seen. I don't know what you haven't seen. I don't know, and I don't care. If you're about to listen to me talk about Gilded Age, you're going to listen to the entire shit. We are going to go season by season. We're not going to just rush through it. We're going to go season 1, have the conversation about that. Then season 2, have a conversation about that. And then season 3. Unfortunately, we're not getting season 4 until the end of next year or the top of 2027. So we got a long ways to go. Okay? So, yeah, man. So that's where we at with it, man. I appreciate y'all coming through. I really do. You guys are amazing. I had an amazing time tonight, man. I ain't gonna hold you. Yeah, that's the one I want to hear. We gonna get some outro music out this bitch. Yo, YouTube be burning me the fuck up, son, when it come down to this shit. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Oh, man, y'all are gems, man. Y'all are gems for real. I really do appreciate y'all. Oh, what the hell is this? Is this going to be an ad? Okay. Yes. This was another episode of Hotep History Live. I don't feel the gas down. Oh no. I'm in my house. And it's a That's been a need, I'm in this side. Yes. Outside, I'm wrong. What's wrong? And wrong. Thank y'all for coming again to another episode of Hotep History Live. I was your host with the most, President Hotep Jones, represent Hotep Nation. You feel me? Thank y'all. As always, you can't have the future without the present. You can't have the present without the past. And we don't study history to live in the past. No. It's to follow our steps in the present. So we can positively what? Affect our future. Thank you again for coming on through. Listen to Angela, Sean, Crystal, Sandy, Oh, for sure. Willie, everybody, man, comes through. Yes. Hotep and Bill, man. Take your asses